Lewis Hill, resuming for Gloucestershire, the fourth wicket pair of number 64 Ben Charlesworth, sponsored by BIE Magnum, and number 25 James Bracey, sponsored by the Clifton Coffee Roasters.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Bristol. It is day 3 of Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire, and a terrific effort by the ground staff has been made this morning to get us started. I think basically around about an hour, if not more than that, earlier than I think most people estimated when we arrived this morning. Heavy rain overnight and heavy rain this morning as well, but we have 75 overs to be bowled in this day 3. Gloucestershire resuming on 227 for 3, and Josh Hull bowling the first ball of the day from the pavilion end to Ben Charlesworth, the unbeaten Centurion. 105 not out becomes 106 not out as he turns the ball up to mid-on, and the score to 228 for 3. James Bracey, the other not out batter, 34 to his name. Gloucestershire trailing by 174 runs on first innings after Leicestershire were bowled out in their first innings for 402. So still plenty of work for Gloucestershire's batters to do to achieve parity or even go past Leicestershire, but far more play today than I think could have been budgeted for. Here comes Josh Hull, left arm over, bowling to Bracey, who's working this defensively into the covers, and Louis Kimber is into field. Ed Seaborn and Richard Ray, your commentary team on the BBC Sport website and app, via your smart speaker and on the Gloucestershire live stream. So 96 overs tomorrow, that is set in stone being the final day, or at least maximum 96 overs. Still the possibility of a few showers, I think, about tomorrow, but hopefully today, now we've got rid of the bulk of the rain, that should be that. In goes Hull, bowls to Bracey, who's forward defending. Ball goes up the onside of the pitch, and there is no run. Short ball already being put in the mind of Bracey with a deep backward square, a pretty fine leg, fielder down at deep third, and a short mid-wicket where Rishi Patel is stationed. Just the one slip. Leicestershire, meanwhile, looking for early breakthroughs and a sizable first innings lead that they could build on and put Gloucestershire under pressure tomorrow. Short delivery from Hull, wide outside the off stump, and Bracey cuts it for 4. Pretty fine on the offside, well timed, and the first boundary is picked up. 232 for 3. Bracey moving on to 38. As at the moment we've got mostly not quite brooding skies, but there are some fairly dark clouds about, but it does look as though hopefully the rain has moved through, and a few patches of blue are poking through as well. Hull bowls, Bracey drives fluently through extra cover, and that will go to the boundary as well. Noticeably, as you'd expect, the speed of the outfield a little slower than it was, but still the ball timed well enough from Bracey that it travels comfortably to the boundary. So 236 for 3. Bracey on to 42. 7 fours in his innings. Charlesworth, 14 fours and 3 sixes, including the 6 that took him to that second first class 100. Hull to Bracey, width again, cut past backward point. That's running out towards the boundary as well. Don't think it will quite have the pace as it slows up on the slightly lusher green grass past the square. 2 more runs, and just the sort of start that Gloucestershire would have been after, with 11 runs coming from the first over. 200 and 38 for 3. Afternoon, Richard.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't think there's been an agreement between the teams for Leicestershire to serve up a few juicy half volleys or long hops so that Gloucestershire can get on with it, but you never quite know. Josh Hull just might take an over or two to get into his stride and rhythm, but some lovely shots played already, particularly by Bracey there. These two left-handers with that peculiar left-hander's grace. They both have it. Tom Scriven then is going to take up the attack for Leicestershire from the Ashley Down Road end of the ground, and he's going to bowl around the wicket with one slip, a gully, Messrs Rahana and Patel respectively, shortish, straightish extra cover, a conventional cover, and mid-wicket, long leg, deep point, or just backward of point, is Rahan Ahmed, and of course mid-on and mid-off, both slightly deep. Scriven then, it was probably just about the pick, although his figures don't reflect that one for 52 from 15 yesterday. In he comes and bowls on off stump. Charlesworth leans forward, blocks it out towards Kimber, that short extra cover position. We waited to have a chat to Tom, but even a young man after just playing a month of one-day cricket, he was in the ice bath after his 15 overs, and he'd batted most of them, well, in fact, all the morning, didn't he? He batted all morning as well, pretty much. Scoring a very good 60. In he comes and bowls, fullish outside off stump. Charlesworth steps out, looks to drive it away, doesn't time it. It hits quite low in the bat and rolls quite slowly out towards Kimber. Bits of blue sky around. We had a glorious half hour just a few minutes ago, finished, but a few more dark clouds are beginning to roll over. I think the forecast is okay for the rest of the day. The outfield and greened up nicely. The rain saving the ground staff the job of putting a little bit of water on the outfield. In fact, in goes Scriven and bowls lovely straight drive, lovely shot from Charlesworth, just over pitched, and stepped forward, drove it just past the stumps out to the boundary, very straight into the covers, or a set of covers that are down there in front of the flats, in front of the sight screen. Ball might have picked up a little bit of water in those covers. It does sometimes pool a little bit when the ground staff drag them all off, although they do their best with the soppers to make sure there are no puddles on them, which makes life easier for them, of course. It makes them less heavy. Scriven, as the fours continue to flow, is in and bowls straight, and Charlesworth just leans forward and blocks it out towards mid-off.
I reckon that on drive might have been as good as anything we saw from Charlesworth yesterday. I suppose it would be harder to play an on drive any straighter without it smashing into the stumps. I couldn't believe it missed.
Stump, didn't it? Yeah, I thought it was going to hit the sort of leg stump as we look at it, if it's a right-hander batting. Played some cracking sort of square drives yesterday as well. In goes Scriven, bowls to him outside off stump, and Charlesworth steps forward and carefully watches the ball through into the gloves of Peter Hanscom. Is that Mr. Lee already?
It may well be.
In action down there?
I did have a chat with him earlier on, expecting maximum batting points, of course.
Of course.
What else would he be expecting?
Well, 242 for 3 off 61.5. Plenty of overs left to Gloucestershire as in goes Scriven. Bowls, a little bit shorter, but nicely worked away. Didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, with a horizontal bat down towards backward point. Rolls fairly slowly. Ahmed runs into field. Charlesworth picks up one and keeps the strike. He's on to Nelson, 111, 243 for 3. That first batting bonus point within view. I'm sure going through everybody's minds, how can this game be set up? I think initially Gloucestershire will look to accumulate the batting bonus points as quickly as they can, as reasonably quickly as they can without too many risks, and then scratch their heads from there, really.
Yeah, I think you can draw the ire of quite a lot of people by talking about the batting bonus points, but I think realistically, even if you're not thinking about the bonus points, as Hull bowls, bit of bounce there, Charlesworth rides it and knocks it out to backward point, and there's no run. But even if you're not thinking about the batting points, it's in Gloucestershire's interests to get close to past Leicestershire's first innings score, even if it's not by much. It's in their interest to do that, and do that relatively quickly, given the lack of time available left in the game. So even if you're just looking at it from the point of view of Gloucestershire trying to set up a match, I think either way both things achieve the same goal, as Charlesworth gets one on the hip and flicks it out to deep backward square, takes a single, and I don't suspect that Ben Charlesworth is at all superstitious, but if he were, he's off Nelson to 112, 244 for 3. Didn't get the chance to talk to Ben Charlesworth last night. I was given, being totally honest, given an ETA of about 20 minutes and didn't particularly fancy that, especially given that he was not out and there was every chance that we'd be talking to him today. Hull bowls a bumper and Bracey ducks underneath it.
I have to say, he came out quite expectantly. He was when he saw,
nobody had told him that
he saw
he was
myself
no
and
longer
Richard
required.
Latham waiting, and sort of, it's okay, Ben, thanks very much. Oh, okay, he said.
Massively
All right.
relieved, yeah.
Perfect, he said.
Yes, I can imagine he would. Most of them would. Most of them would feel that way. I can't imagine even Marchant, in his heart of hearts, would be actually disappointed that you didn't want to interview him, even after a 7-for or something. Hull runs in, bowls back of a length, and Bracey tries to jab it off the back foot past backward point, but the fielder intercepts to his right, so no run. But yeah, use the excuse to talk to Gloucestershire head coach Mark Lane, because it does seem as though we have been talking to him after most of Gloucestershire's, well, certainly Gloucestershire's championship defeats this year and a couple of white ball defeats as well. I think it is the way that it goes, but it was nice for him to have something to be positive about. Talking about Ben Charlesworth's batting glowingly, short ball from Hull, pulled away over the top of wide mid-on, and the ball will have enough pace to go to the boundary. So Bracey to 48. 248 for 3.
Yeah, well, there's two ways to set up the game, and the optimum way, as far as Gloucester are concerned, is to get 150, 200 ahead as quickly as possible, get Leicestershire back in on a fourth day pitch, and have the insurance policy of a second innings to come as well. So at the moment they're going nicely about that. They're only 154 behind.
Yeah, and you wouldn't blame Bracey for going after the short ball, and if he were to fall, it would have the quite the same level of admonishment as if he did it in another situation, tucked past the short mid-wicket fielder this time. They will just take a single as Rehan Ahmed comes up quickly, strong arm gunned in, and Bracey will keep the strike on 49, 249 for 3.
Well, I mean, both sides have scored at 4 and over pretty much in this game. Now, there's still 72 overs left to be bowled today. If Gloucestershire can score at 4 and over the next 70 overs, then they're going to be the best part of close to 200 runs ahead at the close of play. So, that has to be the policy, I think.
Yeah, the words Mark Lane used were kind of two bites at the cherry, really. That's
exactly
one possibility, and the other is, well, if you just get bowled out, then you should be fairly close to being level, and then bowl well.
Scriven is in, does bowl well in that it's a length delivery on off stump, inviting Bracey forward. He does go forward, cracks it cleanly, but not too aggressively out towards Kimber, who makes the stop on the bounce at that short extra.
And it's also why so many sides like to bowl first now, even if it doesn't look great if you bowl first and the side scores 400. If you then score that same sort of score back, then a lot of the pressure is on the side batting third in the match.
Scriven bowls on towards the legs of Bracey, worked very nicely through mid-wicket. In fact, he's timed that rather better, just seemed to lean on it. And it has raced away to the mid-wicket boundary. Hill in vain pursuit. And that is 50 for James Bracey, batting really nicely today. It's come off 81 balls and he has hit 9 fours.
It was a beautiful piece of timing. So he just didn't even really seem to hit
Eased it away, didn't he?
Exploded off his
Super
bat.
shot.
So 4 Gloucestershire players had 5 50-plus scores this season, but Bracey is the first to make it 6 3 tons and 3 50s now, topping the batting averages as it stands.
Scriven bowls fullish outside off stump. Had to reach for that one a little bit, Bracey, so didn't time it. And Green made the stop in the covers.
And I think it's almost like I don't know if it's a bit of a compromise, Bracey batting at 5 this season, but Bracey wants to, I think, always wants to bat at 3 or 4, but coaches are reluctant in terms of workload and that sort of thing.
Scriven bowls outside off stump, perhaps trying to tempt Bracey, not to be tempted. Been a cracking start. 253 for 3, 227 for 3 at the start of play, so charging on these two left-handers. Came together when Miles Hammond was a leg before wicket to Ben Green for 29, 157 for 3 at that stage, so partnership approaching 100 already. 96 as Scriven is in and bowls. Length delivery on off stump, no great shape to it. On the front foot, Bracey pushes it out into the covers and Green again fields.
But I mean, last year at times James Bracey was being used as more of a traditional keeper's role of batting at 7 and didn't really seem to get on particularly well with that. But 5 seems to have been kind of a happy middle ground and scoring runs there this year.
Scriven bowls outside off stump and does reach for it. Bracey does manage to square drive it away, but he made sure he was in control, got on top of the bounce, didn't try and overhit it, didn't try and crash it through extra cover, sort of half steered, half drove it out to Ahmed at deep backward point. Takes the single, keeps the strike, moves on to 54 to 54 for 3 is the score. At the moment, these two looking in complete control. No ice cream van today. Might show up a bit later if this sun stays out. It's beautiful again. Coffee and donuts. They've been open from the start.
Maybe they're off on their bank holiday. Paolo's.
Well, they'd be busy, wouldn't they, on a bank holiday?
Perhaps they've
heading
yes, they
to
might
Weston
have
or
chosen it.
somewhere,
Yes,
yeah.
Clevedon or somewhere like that, perhaps.
Okay. Is that where Bristolians go for their seaside fix?
Well, yeah, and I was corrected before. Clevedon is at a shingle beach, so do you really want to? I don't know. When you've got a choice and it's not that much further to get an actual sandy beach, you'd probably go for the sandy beach, wouldn't you?
So I have this argument in Hove every year with Adrian. Talks about Hove Beach and Brighton Beach. What beach? There isn't one. They're just
a collection of pebbles.
massive stones everywhere.
Hull has chosen to come round the wicket left arm now to Bracey and looking to drive out into the vacant cover region, but can't get the ball through there. It's about the first time that Bracey's mistimed a ball so far today.
The definition of a beach is, can you play cricket on it? You see, brought up in Yorkshire, just about every beach washed by the long tides.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Wide
Usually
beaches.
Twice a day, it's perfect.
Actually, up in Lincolnshire, where my dad lives, they've very recently had the beach redone by a Dutch company that apparently basically just travels around the country reshaping beaches. Short of all from Hull on the hip of Bracey. Again, he's hoping for a single, this time back at a square on the onside, but Kimber comes across from leg gully, no run. So they've basically smoothed out the kind of the gradient of the beach, and it's really quite noticeable, the difference. All of a sudden there are some proper waves because of the fact that they've smoothed it out. There isn't so much mud knocking about, so the waves don't come in with this sickly looking brown foam on the top of it that they used to, and it looks an awful lot better. But I do like going down to Hove for the 4-day fixture, standing on the beach and hearing that crackling noise as the waves wash over the shingle. It is really quite satisfying. Calming noise. Should go to sleep to it, perhaps. Either that, or I could just stick on some of my commentary.
You're not missing any cricket, folks. Rishi Patel has been all the way to the boundary to get a helmet. He's in at short leg.
So short leg, leg gully, fine leg, deep square leg, just about every leg that you could imagine a pair of long legs in Josh Hull were running in, but he aborted. Here he comes after what seems like a rather extended delay, and a short ball is pulled in muscular fashion by Bracey, but perhaps hoping to get it a little bit further in front of square than that. And there's time for Rayan Ahmed to get round from deep square, so just a single, 255 for 3. No Gloucestershire batter has scored 1,000 runs in a championship season since 2019. There are a few candidates this year. Here comes Hull to Charlesworth, now round the wicket. He pulls away and pulls viciously, and for 6 over backward square leg. Up go the arms from umpire Shan Mugam, and Charlesworth, he's just got such a long swing of the blade, and it just does look so easy when he makes contact with that pull shot. Did mention it yesterday, but that pull shot to win the game down at Taunton in the T20, sort of similar to that, in that because his swing path, as they like to say, I think now, it's so long, gets so much speed of bat through the ball, but because he's so tall and he has those levers, it doesn't really look like he's swinging that hard, and yet it just looks like his arms going into it and that's it, but sails away over what is a long boundary. And now another man back on the boundary on the pull. 261 for 3. Charlesworth on 118. Hull bowls a shorter delivery angled across Charlesworth, and he might actually, if he'd have had that to do again, had a go at that, because it didn't get up as much as it might have done, and there's a huge gap at cover.
He's got something of a penchant for bringing up landmarks with a maximum, hasn't he? That's the 100 partnership, Bob.
Flair for the dramatic, Ben Charlesworth.
Leicestershire have almost said, I want, 3 men back on the leg side.
Short leg and deep square to make sure they are in front of square. Last ball of the over. Hull bowls. That bouncer really doesn't get up very much, and it's a good job that Charlesworth has lowered himself almost to the height of the stumps, because it didn't go over him by a huge amount. End of the over. Charlesworth's career best, that 126 against Leicestershire in the reverse fixture, fast approaching on 118. Gloucestershire 261 for 3.
34 off 5 overs today, I think. My maths very much stands to be corrected as ever, but just an indication perhaps that Gloucestershire looking to be 200, 250 ahead by the close of play. That would be a wonderfully strong position. Scriven round the wicket, bowls outside off stump. Bracey, little hop forward as he leaves that one outside off stump.
So I had all of last night and until 1:30 this afternoon, and I didn't write down the score from last night.
Okay, he was
after all that time.
227 for 3.
Here we go.
There you go, off 60.
I've come clean, I didn't have to, but amazing how it happens. You have more time to do something and you take more time to do it.
Scriven bowls, good line, good length on off stump. Bracey is forward, respectfully blocking the ball out into the offside. I was a little bit surprised they didn't use Travaskis at more yesterday. I thought, although yes, he got clobbered once or twice, inevitably, there looked to be a little bit there for him.
Yeah,
things happened.
Loud LBW shout against Charlesworth as well.
We've got 2 left-handers now. It might be worth an over or 2 from Kimber, to see if he can turn one away from the bat. In goes Scriven, bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through by Bracey. Might just have straightened away a fraction. The blue stand at the Memorial Stadium, very blue in the sunshine over to our left. Unoccupied. Bristol Rovers are at Stockport, I think you told me, up at Manchester near the Test match. I've covered rugby there, but I've never covered a football match. Because Sale used to play there, whether they still do,
yes.
I don't know, the Sale Sharks, for a few years. In goes Scriven, bowls. Bracey is forward, pushing out to green in the covers, and there's no run. They were playing their Sale when they had the man monster, Sebastian Chabal. Do you remember him?
Yes.
Great big bearded Frenchman. Terrifying. Nicest of chaps off the field.
Used to love him, the French crowds.
They quite liked him in Stockport, I have to say, in the Sale clobber. One-man wrecking machine. Most teams have a few of those now, don't they? But he was something of a one-off, something of a first. In goes Scriven, edge between the wicket-keeper and first slip to the boundary for 4. Well, he went at it hard hands in the end, so Scriven's policy just slightly maybe length deliveries outside off some short of a length, induced the drive in the end, thick outside edge between Rahane, standing slightly wide at first slip, and Hanscom, the wicket-keeper. We saw it in the Gloucestershire bowling, and we've seen it now with the Leicestershire bowling.
Yeah, Bracey getting his own back. Just thought, I'll just place it exactly where that one went past me, I reckon.
Rahane takes 2 steps now to his right.
And Charlesworth at the other end as well.
They learn the hard way. In goes Scriven and bowls. Bracey drives, more or less getting to the pitch of it, so driving along the ground out towards Rehan Ahmed. What a throw from Ahmed. What a throw. Brilliant throw. Charlesworth had sent Bracey back. Bracey wanted a second. He would not have been within 3 yards of the stumps as that one landed right next to them, and Hanscom just nipped off the bails. He can do everything.
It's crazy.
Right,
That's beyond a fast bowler's arm. Just an average fast bowler's arm. I think I know still who would win, but a straight cricket ball throw between Rehan Ahmed and Marchant de Lange would be at least interesting to see how close it was. And considering the size difference, sort of
exactly,
power to
you
weight
wouldn't
ratio.
expect, and he tends to sort of fall backwards slightly as he throws. So how he generates that power, I do not know.
Josh Hull bowls a short ball. It's flipped round the corner by Bracey, and a sprawling save having to be made by Travaskis down at fine leg. I thought he was in a bit of trouble actually when he played the shot, Bracey, but he must have kept it down a little better than I thought. He really did just knock it on its head round the corner, but I thought to start with he'd top edged it, but he must have still got on top of it. Didn't travel particularly close in the air to fine leg, but something is pretty likely to happen just about every ball with this sort of strategy, so it does make, at least for a while, for an entertaining spectacle. 267 for 3, another short ball which has been clunked by Charlesworth towards wide mid-on, and they will take a single. So Wasp tries to make its way into the box, but it's not going to manage it when a few air molecules can't. I did hear that Wasps were doing very badly this year. Not as in the rugby team. I think they're completely non-existent now.
I was going to say, yes, I don't think they are doing badly.
In terms of the insect, I think it's a particularly bad year for them, which I'm sure is bad for some creatures, but I can't say I'm shedding too many tears for them. 268 for 3. Hull in once more, bowls down the leg side, clipped on its way by Bracey, but the fine leg is very fine, so no chance of a boundary. Just the single again. 269 for 3. 133 runs the deficit. I think this was briefly, whilst some other games were at lunch, the only game in progress in the County Championship, but several more are now underway. Starts at New Road and at Derby. Hull bowls, another short delivery, lifting through to the gloves of Hanscom as Charlesworth ducks and sways. Play already earlier at Scarborough, and probably the most play there's been anywhere has been at Chestley Street. What's new, of course? Driest ground in the country.
Indeed.
Still no starts at Edgbaston, the Oval, or the Utilita Bowl. Test grounds, overrated. Charlesworth waits. You have to wait quite some time when Hull is running in. He takes pace off, but Charlesworth sees it coming and decides just to turn it to short leg, no run. Sussex in pretty dire straits at 83 for 3, still trailing Yorkshire by 54 runs on second innings. Versus Haynes,
Shakes
Hughes
things
and
up
Clark
a bit, doesn't
out.
it?
Yep. I mean, it's a pretty good result for Yorkshire if these two sides drew. Open up a gap to the top 3. Shorter, slower ball from Hull, which sits in the pitch, and Charlesworth decides just to pull in controlled fashion to deep backward square and takes a single. End of the over. 270 for 3. Charlesworth has 120. So if Yorkshire follow through on that win, they will pull to within just a few points of Sussex at the top. Middlesex still not out yet at Merchant Taylor's school, so they'll be pretty desperate for that, even though Middlesex did lose quite a few late wickets there, courtesy of Ben Sanderson. 5 for 58. 250 for 7 Middlesex, leading by 43 though, so still favourites to win that game.
Well, Leicestershire are going to spin now, but not Travaskis. It's going to be Rehan Ahmed again. Feels as though he bowled more than 7 overs yesterday somehow, because I don't know, simply because when he's in the game he demands attention one way or another. But he did just bowl the 7. I think they were all from this Bristol
Yeah.
Pavilion end, so he's going to have a go from the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. He didn't really find anything too exciting from this Bristol Pavilion end, and I don't really anticipate him so doing from t'other end either. The heavy roller did go on this afternoon. The pitch was cut and the heavy roller went on it, so it won't have helped. In goes Ahmed and bowls, just drifting on towards middle and leg. Charlesworth helps it round the corner, looks up inquiringly at Bracey, sees him already 2 or 3 yards down the pitch and responds. They also pick their fielder really, Josh Holt. He has a very strong arm, but he's got a long way to bend down to get to the ball.
He's got a long way to take the arm back as well.
He
before
does. He does tend to do so in stages as well, rather. So it was a perfectly safe single. Ahmed is in a wristy drive through the offside by Bracey. Just manages to squeeze it past Green. Out there on sweeping is Kimber. He has a bit of ground to make up to the ball. Bracey takes 1. Moves on to 63. Ahmed bowls. Charlesworth watchfully waits for the ball and just turns his wrists on a defensive push out towards mid-wicket, where Scriven is the fielder. And they're telling their boundary rider to go a little bit wider. Ian Holland down there. That's driven straight back to Rehan Ahmed on the bounce by Charlesworth. The bounce almost at his feet, and it looped to Ahmed, who is in again, a little bit short. Charlesworth, nonetheless, although waiting in his crease, doesn't try and overhit it, just works it out towards mid-wicket. Scriven again makes the stop. Can Ahmed finish the over strongly? It's been good so far, just a couple of singles. In he goes and bowls. He can. Bowls a length delivery. Doesn't really turn, but Charlesworth is forward to the pitch of it, pushes the ball back up the pitch to Ahmed. So relatively unproductive over, and I mean relatively because the runs have been flowing for these two this morning. 272 for 3, and we have had only 8 overs. 8 overs, and they're taking the score on by 272 minus 227. Ed?
45.
Thank you. Didn't even try.
Time for some spin from the pavilion end as well. Travaskis is on. Over 8's level, so it's not because of that, but because, as I think you kind of felt at the start of play, just because we'd seen a few balls turn out of the rough, it almost might be Leicestershire's best strategy at this point, certainly as there's still 12 overs left until the new ball. Travaskis with his slow left arm bowls to Bracey, turns him towards mid-wicket. There is no run there. Travaskis searching for those footmarks that we did see the occasional ball turn and bounce out of when Rehan Ahmed bowled. Travaskis measured delivery bowls and just turned underneath the dive in the end of Travaskis, who flung himself away to his left but couldn't get down in time to stop it, and down to long on for 1. 273 for 3. How long will Gloucestershire be content just to try and milk the singles? It's pretty hard to do too much else when Leicestershire have got 4 players back on the boundary. Travaskis in, down the pitch comes Charlesworth, but still just doing that to get to the pitch of the ball and work a single to long on. I'm sure Charlesworth would like to open up his shoulders at some point, but just a question of really whether it's worth the risk. Trail by 128. Travaskis to Bracey, who reaches forward and defends. The reverse sweep would probably be a more tempting option for Bracey than it would be for Charlesworth, but Leicestershire asking Bracey to take that risk out of the footmarks. Travaskis bowls, good ball, and Bracey's forced into playing at that partly because he knows there is the potential for the ball to turn out of there, and ends up reaching for it, playing and missing at a ball way outside off stump. Travaskis bowls a bit quicker but a bit shorter, and Bracey can play that one comfortably enough off the back foot, but again an over that just contains 2 singles. Just Travaskis' third over of the innings so far, 274 for 3. And like you, I think, well, I do think they might have got Travaskis on a bit sooner yesterday. I think whilst there was some control being asserted at times by the likes of Green and Holland, I think if they were really hoping for a spell of 3 or 4 wickets, then it seemed more likely to come from the spinners.
Ahmed is in and bowls on off stump. Charlesworth is forward. 11 overs until the new ball. Not that that has made a great deal of difference in this game thus far. Ahmed bowls. Nice loop to it. Driven hard past him. Almost through his hands, off the ground, through his hands, through the sawdust, which flies into the air and over the ropes and over the advertising hoardings. 4-4. Ahmed is disappointed he didn't stop that. Turned to his left. It was a slightly awkward one, and it was almost past him before he sort of pivoted. Tried to get 2 hands onto it, and the sawdust could only slow the ball down. Charlesworth onto 1-2-6. Waits, hits that hard and straight. 4-6. Didn't go too high, just hard, flattish. Probably not more than about sort of 15 feet high at its highest, something like that, but plenty of power, and he really is in aggressive mood now. Ben Charlesworth taking full advantage of anything that isn't perfectly pitched, and sometimes even when it is, really. 132 off 194 now.
So he's done it again. Drama. 6 to bring up his career best. Passes that 1-2-6 from Grace Road.
In goes Ahmed. It stays a little bit low. It was a bit short, and Charlesworth went back, was able to work it off his back foot out towards long on and take 1. So he's almost doubled the score, on which he survived a huge shout for a catch behind. In goes Ahmed. Bowls very full and pretty much a low full toss in the end, trying to give it lots of air. Bracey drives, but only as far as Hill at mid-off. What can Leicestershire's captain do to stem the tide that seems inexorable, really? Driven that occasion, Ahmed, by Bracey, but only as far as Green in the covers. End of Ahmed's second over of this spell. 9 overs, none for 40. 285 for 3. And Gloucestershire, really, they can be hoping. I mean, if 200 ahead at the close of play isn't impossible by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, they've just got to keep batting the way that they're batting at the moment, and still plenty to come. Got a brief shot on the live picture feed of the Charlesworth wagon wheel, and really shots all round the ground. He's played some gorgeous straight drives in this innings, which I think it's the shot that it's always nicest to see in a way, as Travaskis bowls, and Charlesworth does drive pretty straight, but not straight enough to beat mid-off, who is Roman Walker on the field. Travaskis over the wicket, bowls full and whipped through the leg side by Charlesworth out to deep mid-wicket, and another single, 286 for 3. This straight boundary towards the pavilion, not quite as inviting as the straight boundary to the flats, so has yet to be targeted. Travaskis to Bracey, who turns this one on the bounce back to the bowler. He's got this habit of raising his left leg a little as he then just walks in and bowls a low full toss, which Bracey meets and turns down to long on for another single.
He does it every time, just kicks up his left heel. It's an odd little trait.
It's very measured, everything sort of, seem to be measured by the millimetre as to where each foot lands as he comes in, and Charlesworth works this one down to long on again for another single. Rishi Patel looked a bit crestfallen as that one went by him, and he's desperate to field exactly where these balls are being hit. He wants to field at a short straight mid-on, but I don't think Hanscom and Rahane quite want him to field as straight as he wants to field, and well, he might have saved that single as well, because Bracey is finding long on once more. The gap between that fielder and the bowler, and Rishi Patel can say I told you so. 4 singles from that over, and 4 off the over with no risk taken at all. 289 for 3, and it's been a dream start for Gloucestershire today. If there were any concerns about some moisture making this pitch more tricky to bat on, they certainly were allayed quite quickly. If anything, it seems to be better to bat on than it was yesterday, the way that they've come out.
Ahmed then round the wicket, a little bit short, steered off the back foot, but only as far as the backward point where Rishi Patel, to which position Rishi Patel has retreated by Bracey. Still got his pads on underneath his whites as Ahmed is in again, a little bit short. Bracey again can go back, and this time pump it in front of square on the offside, out towards, not quite towards Kimber. He has to run diagonally to get to the ball, but does so. One taken. Bracey on to 67. Charlesworth adding to his first class best with every run now. Long on and long off, both back as in goes Ahmed. Again, third time in a row, he's just dropped slightly short. Charlesworth can go back and calmly stroke it out to Kimber, who's about to be engaged in conversation by James Taylor and Dave Whitmore, as they, two of Leicestershire's coaching staff, as they walk around the outfield. Ahmed is in. Better length, although it was a slightly flatter, quicker delivery. And Bracey leans forward, just works the ball out into the offside. Green picks it up, lobs it back to Ahmed. Jogs in and bowls. Again, a little bit flat and a little bit middle and leg stump E, and turned calmly by Bracey out towards mid-wicket for 1.
How quick would you reckon is Rahan Ahmed's quicker ball? 62? Something like that?
Yeah,
not quite that.
Not much faster, is it? As he bowls to Charlesworth, who goes back and plays it off middle, through the vacant mid-on area, down towards long on, and takes his single, keeps the strike, moves on to 137, 293 for 3. Gloucestershire got the run rate up to 4.1s now, and there are 63 overs remaining today. 240 more runs gets them 130 to the good, but it could be more than that.
Has he ever tried a bouncer, Rahan Ahmed?
I've never seen. Well, actually, I suppose I've seen every ball he's bowled for Leicestershire, not for England, but I haven't never seen him try and bowl a bouncer.
Right. He seems like somebody
he's
who
clearly
might
got
try.
the shoulders
Yeah.
with that throw, but no, I don't think so.
Travaskis to Charlesworth, and he's got it past Rishi Patel, who'd gone into a slightly deeper and straighter position, but still couldn't stop the single down to long on. The formula continues for Gloucestershire. Charlesworth to 138. Travaskis is now manoeuvring Hull and Patel about at short, mid-on and long on. Sort of seem to go one way and then the other. Bracey sort of yorks himself there as he just skips down the pitch and looks to drive, and there's no run out to extra cover. A lot of space on the offside, but Gloucestershire wary at the moment of trying to access that too much. Forward defence from Bracey goes back up the pitch. Sussex 4 down now at Scarborough. James Cole's the latest man to be dismissed for 13, 86 for 4, still trail by 51. Might be over today. Travaskis bowls, leaning forward to defend Bracey. If you want results, Scarborough's off in a place. Yorkshire do enjoy playing there. I think most quick bowlers enjoy bowling there. Travaskis bowls a bit quicker. Bracey tucks this to Rishi Patel's left at that short mid-on position and no run. Glamorgan falling further into desperate trouble at Derby. Travaskis bowling, driving Bracey straight to extra cover. So just the one run from the over from Travaskis to 94 for 3. Glamorgan now 66 for 3 in their second innings, trailing by 195. With the key wicket of North East having just been taken by Zach Chappell, who took 6 for 47 in the first innings. Pat Brown has the other 2 wickets in this Glamorgan second innings, so a rare, has to be said, win at Derby for Derbyshire is beckoning.
Well, Leicestershire have now finally turned to Louis Kimber, see if the occasional off spinner can turn one past the left-hander's outside edge. He does have, he does turn it, Kimber, but inevitably, for someone who doesn't bowl that much, consistency is not a description you'd always associate with him. He's going to come around the wicket, of course, to the left-hander from the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. Steps past umpire Shantry and bowls onto the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it, Charlesworth. Hanscom takes it rather neatly. Offers the ball to the bails as he jumps down the right side, the leg side. Doesn't take the bails off, which is a relief. Kimber is in, outside off stump, the gentlest of deliveries that doesn't really straighten and is ignored by Charlesworth. This will improve Leicestershire's, well, it's not a bad over 8 anyway, but it will crack us on. In he goes, bowls, tosses that one up pleasantly. Forward goes Charlesworth. Doesn't want to get out to Kimber, I suspect, and pokes it out towards extra cover. No run. Kimber steps in and bowls. Down the wicket he goes, and he's cleared long on. Just for a second it looked as though Travaskis might be in the game, but no, got plenty of it, Ben Charlesworth, and got underneath it and hit it high and long and handsome. In fact, it's gone over, or bounced over, or got the right bounce to go over the Jack Russell family stand, which I think extends all along that side. Or is it in the seats? Oh, gentleman on the back seat has found it. Well done, sir.
I think it had quite got enough on it to clear the seating completely, but again, any time the swing looks that controlled from Charlesworth, there was a moment when the fielder looked interested, but
he's done it again, of course. He's brought up the 300 with the 6.
So there we go.
So
he's on 144, so...
Well, okay, here we go.
Long off's back as well, though.
Kimber is in, Charlesworth goes back, and he's not prepared to risk it on this occasion. Kimber does have 4 championship wickets this season, albeit at an average of 80. He has bowled 68, nearly 69 overs. Charlesworth goes back, and for once isn't going to go to a landmark or bring up a landmark with a maximum. Well, I suppose he still could go past it as he pumps it away for 1 too long off. 301 for 3. Gloucestershire in complete control at the moment, and I've got to go and do an update.
Yeah, Paul, the way that they have batted this afternoon, you sort of didn't really want to almost entertain too much the possibility of, well, Gloucestershire could go significantly past Leicestershire's score here, because that felt a little bit like a sort of potentially misplaced overconfidence, but the possibility's very much there now, the way that these two have started, from 227 for 3 to 301 for 3, and another change of bowling, so Travaskis has been whipped out of the attack, and Ben Green gets his first bowl of the day from the pavilion end. He had a spell going at one stage, Ben Green, with 4 consecutive maidens, and picking up that wicket of Miles Hammond, pinning him LBW with a ball that nipped back. Hammond had looked fluent for his 29, but Green removed him. Bowling to Charlesworth now, who tries to work this one into the onside, but doesn't roll the wrists on time and finds the bowler instead. Green sort of half shining, half drying the ball. Can't be the nicest thing to bowl with. Bit surprised that they've only had this ball changed once, actually, because it's not really done a great deal for quite some time, but perhaps annoyingly for them it's in shape but just not doing anything. Charlesworth works this one away, back at a square on the onside. Might think about 2 here, but they decide not to go for it. Good work getting that throw in quickly by Travaskis from fine leg. I think Charlesworth, over the course of a couple of days, has probably been batting for long enough that he doesn't particularly fancy too many sprinted 2s. At this stage, well, when you've got 146 runs, what's 147 like that? Green into Bracey, tapped through the vacant cover region for another simple single. Takes Bracey to 69, 303 for 3. Mentioned those Division 2 scores. In Division 1, underway at New Road, Kent 128 for 3, but Tawanda Muyaya is approaching 100. He's 92 not out from 97 deliveries with 13 4s and 2 6s. That will be exciting to watch, but perhaps the excitement rather tempered by the fact that Kent still trail by 148 runs. And Worcestershire moving towards a huge win for them that will basically more or less condemn Kent to Division 2 cricket next year. Green round the wicket bowls to Charlesworth, who comes forward and plays a defensive shot out into the covers for no run. Nottinghamshire, despite the fact that Durham are missing Neil Wagner, who took 4 wickets in the first innings, Nottinghamshire are struggling at 90 for 3, following on, trailing by 212 runs. Ben Slater 45 not out, but an innings defeat is looking very much on the cards for the Outlaws as Charlesworth turns the ball to mid-on and there is no run. Couple of wickets for Daniel Hogg for Durham, who was watching a bit earlier and looks a rather handy fast bowler for 19 years old. Green in and bowls and run out to backward point by Charlesworth, and there's no runs. So tidy start from Green, 2 runs from the over. Gloucestershire have got that deficit now down below 100. Trail by 99, 303 for 3. Reminder that T is at 350. So an hour 20 to go until that. And I shudder to think how many overs might be left for the evening session. Yeah, it might be under 40. Might be. Still a fair amount of spin being bowled. Bright sunshine for now, though. And who would moan about cricket in the sunshine with what's to come in 2 months? Or even 1 month and a bit. Doesn't even bear thinking about. Bit of turn from Kimber as he starts a new over in Bracey. Doesn't play a shot. Outside the off stump. Be pining for the big bash for some cricket action before too long. Kimber, round arm bowls Bracey forward. And the ball trickles ever so slowly back to Louis Kimber, who fields. And there is no run. Long off up, long on back for Bracey, who is respectfully turning Kimber to a short-ish mid-wicket, where Tom Scriven does the fielding. Haven't been particularly tempted by Kimber's offering so far, Gloucestershire, as Kimber bowls to Bracey, and once again just taking what's on offer, tucking this down to long on. And moves on to 70, 304 for 3. Ground staff are in their customary positions down there on the rollers and soppers, having done magnificent work this morning to get us started as soon as they have, as Charlesworth has been beaten by a ball that has turned to first slip out of the rough, started wide and was floated up there by Kimber. Charlesworth had a flash at it and missed it, and well taken by Rahane, one-handed to his right at first slip. Driving. Charlesworth next delivery out to deep cover for one more, so he can still bring another milestone up in style, but we'll have to do it possibly off Ben Green. 147 for Charlesworth, 305 for 3. 59 overs still to be bowled. A little bit of Gloucestershire's progress has been checked in the last few overs, but considering how quickly they started, it's not exactly much of a bother for their overall plan. Josh Hull loosening up again at mid-on. Green in and bowling. Full delivery, which is full and straight, so Charlesworth has to keep it out. Defended out to the covers. A few spectators sprawled out over several seats in the mound stand. Still quite a strong breeze today, possibly even as strong as it was at its strongest yesterday. Green bowls, Charlesworth looks to open the face and glide this one down to what is a vacant deep third region, but there's a fielder at a very backward point. Turned out he was in exactly the right spot to save that one. Josh Hull continues to bend over and stretch out, and he'll have a go from the Ashley Down Road end. I don't think he's bowled from that end yet. Charlesworth gets a ball that's just straying a little towards his hip area and turns it through the leg side out to the sweeper Rehan Ahmed, who sends in a throw at about 10%, and a single is taken. Charlesworth 148, 306 for 3. He's using just about every excuse he can now to take his gloves off at the non-striker's end.
Green is in, bowls outside off stump, chopped down towards backward point by Bracey, but Kimber, who finds himself at backward point, makes the stop on about the third bounce. No run, of course. Beautiful afternoon here now. There's a few dark clouds around, but we have been, although we have missed most of the morning's play, pretty lucky. Looking at the what's going on elsewhere, pushed by Bracey, straight-ish, but Josh Hull can get across from mid-on to make the stop on that occasion. Didn't quite time it. Green, it's sort of slightly lugubrious expression as he walks back to his mark. 1 for 38 for him. He's gotten away with things, a fairly light burden, relatively speaking. So far in this game, goes in and bowls outside off stump again. Bracey looking to work it behind square on the offside. Does, but can't get it past Kimber. It's a little bit too close to him as he tries to force it away down there. End of the over, 306. Did I nip ahead? Did I pinch the over from you? I do apologise.
No, that was fine. I think you were doing that end anyway. So
right.
Just assumed you would come back in to resume your end.
I thought that just felt like quite a short over. It was only about 4 balls, but well, these two progressing without alarm and at a good rate as well. Shame not a few more people. More people have come into the ground now they've realised play is on, basking in the sunshine, enjoying Gloucestershire prospering.
Kimber continues and flights one up there, and Charlesworth dabs to backward point, and then here's Bracey screaming wait, and so he does. It's a good job from the point of view of playing that we're not at Cheltenham today, because there's some pretty ugly stuff heading Cheltenham's way, or might even be there already on the radar as latest deliveries left alone. We can just about from our lofty position here see the edge of one of the, well, the smaller blob of rain, but there's a much larger one on its way for parts of Gloucestershire as back goes Charlesworth. Drive square out on the offside, just takes the single.
Yeah, Cotswolds is going to get damp. I always assumed that because of the slope, Cheltenham might be quite a good draining ground, but is that not the case?
Well, it's got a couple of problems. The rain sometimes does go down the slope towards the far end of the ground from the pavilion as Bracey defends out into the covers, and there's no run. The brief round of applause there, by the way, was for the 150 run partnership. As in goes Kimber, driving Bracey out towards the sweeper at extra cover, takes a single onto 71. The other problem you've got at Cheltenham is the fact that you've got the 2 squares, so it's harder for the ground staff to cover both squares so that there might not be some dampness involved. Kimber bowls back, cutting Charlesworth out towards deep point. They'll just take the single, and that is Ben Charlesworth's first class 150. From 221 deliveries, 16 fours and 6 sixes. If he had a couple of lives yesterday, he hasn't had a life yet today, and his progress has been pretty serene to that 150. 309 for 3 at the end of that over. Gloucestershire now trail by 93.
One of the squares presumably is for the school, is it? And the
yes.
Okay. All right. They're not allowed to use the first class square.
I should think not. Snotty schoolboys on our lovely county square.
2 overs to the new ball if Leicestershire take it, that is. Green is in and bowls outside off stump, steered to Kimber at backward point, as a couple were in the previous over from Green. This time it's Ben Charlesworth doing the steering. Brought up that landmark relatively prosaically, didn't he? It's most unlike him.
Poor work, really.
Yes.
Receive a severe admonishment from the coaching staff as he goes back in.
Lacked his usual style.
Lacked intent.
And goes Green and bowls, and cutting is Charlesworth. He's got it in front of Kimber, who sort of bounces to his left and makes the stop, flicks the ball to Patel. And Charlesworth picks up 1. Could get a really big score here, he could get a double 100. The way he's playing at the moment, the way the pitch is playing against the sort of tired and slightly dispirited Leicestershire attack.
Yep, it's time to get greedy.
Green is in, bowls to Bracey. Line and length and off stump brings Bracey forward in defence. Patel fields in the covers.
It has been the kind of championship season, especially, that a lot of the Gloucestershire players, thinking way back to what seems like about 5 years ago at Media Day, were predicting for Ben Charlesworth. Big things were hoped for.
Green is in. Bowles outside off stump. Had to reach for that one, Bracey. Drove it out into the offside. And Scriven, whether he tried to... Well, he does that when he's bowling a few times, doesn't he? Tried to flick it up, but he's not very good at it. And he tried to flick it up with his left foot and no idea where the ball had gone. I think it came out of his hand and he tried to knock it up. As sometimes happens when a slip catch is dropped. And very nearly trod on the ball. Happily, only a few deliveries left with this ball. Bowled straight that time, Green, from around the wicket, and pushed to mid-on that occasion by Bracey. Well, rain at Derby could. It's going to have to rain.
Raining again.
It's going to have to rain a long time, but could Derby be denied by the weather? Fletch would think it. Yes, of course. It's typical. Green, blue soles to his cricket boots, is in and bowls on off stump, and leaning forward is Bracey, making sure there's no way through. End of the 79th over of the innings. 310 for 3. Gloucestershire. Bracey 71, Charlesworth 151, trailing now by just 92, and there are still 56 overs left to be bowled today. 200 from that. So they can... Not a bad position. Go hard in the morning. Could have 70 overs at Leicestershire. Set them. Leicestershire wouldn't have any motivation other than to save the game, of course, in those circumstances. They wouldn't go for any shots, and you would back the pitch and their batting lineup to save the game. But scoreboard pressure, etc., etc. I think they are going to take the new ball after this one, judging by Hull's warm-up.
Yep. Saw him loosening up for a while, but I guess the only question was whether he was going to have maybe one over before it, but there wasn't really much point in that. So one over remains until the second new ball is available. Kimber to bowl that over, and Charlesworth is carefully forward, treating it as though it were sent down by a Murali or somebody. He was careful to judge any spin that might happen, and gets a very wide delivery next up, which turns just a bit wider, but just within the boundaries as Hanscom takes. Umpire Shan Mugam jogged off before that over, presumably to go and fetch the new ball. Cut by Charlesworth, backward of square on the offside. Work to do for Rehan Ahmed round the boundary. Why just go into a simple slide when you can do a sort of a extraordinary roll and one-handed pick up all in one motion, spring to your feet and throw. 2 runs taken.
But he does it kind of gracefully. It's extraordinary, really.
Kimber in, driven to a deep enough mid-off that a single can be taken. I'm not sure that grace could be applied quite to the
it's just the
fielding
contrast between the fielding of Hill there and Ahmed was marked.
He seemed to have about 6 limbs at one point there, Hill, and they were all hitting the floor at various times. Turned through chasm on the onside by Bracey for a single. Only fielder even vaguely saving the single on the onside is Scriven at a 45 position, and even he, if they were sprinting, they might take 1, 2, 314 for 3. Kimber bowls. Oh, good grief, he's going to bowl that one again. I was about to say the last ball before the new ball can be taken, but he bowls a horrendous delivery that almost landed off the cut strip, but landed just within the confines. Wide is signalled rather than no ball. Kimber in, and no, they don't test that fielder on the 45 as Charlesworth turns the ball to Scriven, and 5 runs from that over. 315 for 3 after 80 overs, and because Ian Randall has just updated the ground on the score in the test match, I'd probably better do so as well. Sri Lanka have been bowled out for 326, with Kamindu Mendis having made 113, and Chandimal coming back out to bat made 79. So England will require 205 runs to win. Certainly more than enough to be a significant question for England. Early wickets, longish tail.
Finished today, do you think?
Probably the way England bat, yeah.
Yeah. You'd think so. Well, Leicester bought themselves a certain amount of time with those overs from the spinners. Not that, as I say, the over rate is it's +1, in fact. So it doesn't matter how long really Hull takes to warm up here. Although he's bowled quite a few overs already. They do not want to break him. You wouldn't have thought. He'll be required in Cardiff. Probably. In he goes, over the wicket to James Bracey. Fullish, worked off middle and leg. Straight to green at mid-on, no run. 1 for 91 for Josh now. He looks like he's going to bring up his 100. Hill has a word with him. No cover at all on the leg side except on the boundary other than green at mid-on. Just the 3 men. So looking obviously to swing it away from the left-handers from over the wicket. But if he does over pitch on leg, then he's in trouble. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, cut away, and he's got that one through the gap. Bracey, and could go all the way and will go all the way. Good shot. Bracey onto 76. Just 83 behind, sorry.
Sorry, he's not hit many fielders today as Bracey, especially off the seamers. Pretty much every time he's tried to pierce that offside especially, he's found the gap, even if it's been 2 rather than 4.
Tea, remember, will be taken at 3:50, so an hour and 5 minutes away. 2 longish sessions potentially then, as we seek to make up time. Hull with that little stutter, and it takes a fair while to get into his run. Goes in and bowls a full toss to Bracey, who works it through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up at least 2. The ball glints in the sun, the lettering glints in the sun as it runs across the almost emerald green outfield, greened up very nicely with the rain. Bracey picks up a couple. Didn't make the mistake of trying to smash that over mid-wicket, just made sure he got plenty of bat on it. Long chase for Ahmed, who got there just before green. Patel's gone back into first slip for the new ball alongside Rahane at second, onto the legs this time from Hull, and it is clipped out into the offside. Ahmed for a second, I don't think was quite sure where that was. It could just be one of his theatrical gestures, but he seemed to indicate he hadn't picked up the line of it and then picked it up as it came across the square.
Just hoping to goad them into coming back for a second, and then he could have the delight of fizzing it in and stopping them from doing so.
Would that be, what's it called, fielding? A
fake fielding.
Deceptive fielding, or I don't know what the official term
well,
is.
I suppose it would be hard for the umpire to tell him that he hadn't seen it.
Yeah, impossible to prove, really. In goes Hull, bowled a little bit short on off stump, but Charlesworth offers to pick it up, having dropped it at his feet, but he's not particularly popular with the Leicestershire players, none of whom I suspect would have walked in those circumstances yesterday themselves.
I did actually notice Rishi Patel as he was walking off yesterday. Rishi Patel went up to clap him on the back, and then he had what looked like an amicable conversation.
He was
with
your only one who clapped the 100, Rishi. He's a very polite young man. The rest of them stood there stony faced,
some of them had
arms folded across the
deliberately
chest,
clasped behind the back or in front of them, arms folded,
giving him evils, as they once said. In goes Hull and bowls outside off stump, cut, and cut for 4. Nicely. Diving across to his left at backward point.
I've got a fingertip on it.
Yeah, Scriven might just have slowed it down slightly, but only very slightly. And Kimber goes to retrieve from in front of the advertising hoarding. So the runs, as is often the case, continue to flow. In fact, 12 off that over 13. No, 11. Nearly gone. Early teens. Almost. But Hull has been expensive. 1 for 102 now from 18. And I guess that's one of the sort of risks with a young fast bowler.
Especially with the new ball, rather than bringing him on first change. There's a lot of... I mean, it's a brave thing to do, to give him the new ball at this stage of his career, because if he's just offline with it, and then you're bringing on bowlers of lesser pace with the ball as it gets a bit older, where it's not going to do quite so much, but I guess they feel long term it will benefit Hull bowling with that new ball, and it will be Ian Holland from the Ashley Down Road end. So Holland's first bowl of the day with the new ball, 2 slips and a gully in very close as Holland round the wicket bowls, and it's guided straight to that gully fielder by Bracey for no run. He's actually sort of doing what some batters do that I can never quite work out, rehearsing the leave, but I guess he's sort of visualising the exact line that ball was on, and could I leave that if I wanted to? He played a perfectly respectable shot to it, but just getting his eye in against Holland, who's bowling once more, and that's pushed away towards mid-on, but Holland knocks it down. He might have had Scriven to back him up anyway, but didn't take the risk. England already 8 without loss, with a set of 5 wides. Vishwa Fernando bowling the first over. Holland to Bracey forward and pushing to extra cover, and they decided not to take on the fielder. Ben Green reaching down to stop it. They probably could have had one there. Sort of a hopeful, almost mournful practice delivery from Louis Kimber as he thinks, well, I'm just getting into my spell there. So another couple of overs, but he's not going to get any for, well, quite a long time, you'd figure. Holland bowls width on offer, and Bracey drives in flowing fashion, but there is protection out there on the deep cover boundary in the form of Rehan Ahmed, and just the single. Bracey to 80, 327 for 3. A bit of a Steph Curry-esque flick of the wrist from Rehan Ahmed after he let that one go, as if he were shooting a 3-pointer in the final of the Olympic basketball tournament. Full ball from Holland, and Charlesworth head over and defending back to the bowler.
When you said, my immediate thought was Scott Curry, you know. So I'm in cricketing mode, but American.
His was food. All right, yeah. Mr. Healy.
Yes,
we've still got an hour until tea.
David was on his tea. I was on cricket, basketball.
Holland past the umpire, bowls dug out by Charlesworth on the drive back to the bowler, and he has to make sure that he gets back into his ground. Looks a little cross there, Charlesworth, as for once the ball didn't go where it was ordered. 327 for 3. Deficit 75. Innings run rate has just dropped below 4, but still very handy progress from Gloucestershire so far today. No wickets lost, and 90, no, in fact exactly 100 now runs have been added.
Yeah, Leicestershire. Fair to describe them as being on the back foot at the moment, new ball notwithstanding. Hoping, you feel, rather than expecting to make something happen. Young Hull is in and bowls, and Bracey on the back foot stands up tall, for not the tallest of men, and plays it out into the gap in the covers. There is a sweeper, Holland, so it is just the one, but the fact there's a sweeper to the new ball on both sides of the wicket probably tells you all you need to know. At the moment, 3-2-8 for 3. Given that there's still in best part of an hour before tea, Gloucestershire might be close to being level by tea time. They're only 74 behind at the moment, and they're scoring without taking any undue risks at a really good rate. As illustrating the point, Charlesworth goes back and defends that straight delivery back down the pitch on the on side.
Bristol's finest, says the Gloucestershire social media feed with a shooting star emoji. Hashtag become glorious.
Is that Mr. Charlesworth?
That was Mr. Bracey.
Mr. Bracey.
I'm not sure that Bristol can quite claim Ben Charlesworth yet.
Right.
It's one of the sizable Oxfordshire contingent of Gloucestershire.
Hull is in, bowl short in the air. He's got a little bit of a top edge on that one. Again, Ahmed is a bit slow reacting. He's gone down to wide long leg for 4, but don't think Ben Charlesworth was in complete control of that one. Hooked it around the corner. Ahmed again, I'm pretty sure, didn't pick it up at all. Didn't react till fairly late, and Travaskis was simply too far away down there at a sort of conventional long leg, almost fine leg. And it is a short-ish boundary there, rope being well in, so Charlesworth was never in any real danger, but so he didn't quite get on top of it. Moves on to 162. Hull, almost, as it's been pointed out, on the boundary rope before he turns and goes running in. And bowls, fuller this time, good delivery. Going forward, looking to drive Charlesworth, thick inside part of the bat. Squeezes it out towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Born in the city of dreaming spires,
Okay.
Ben Charlesworth.
Swindon. No, not quite.
Do you know what? Swindon is
I know
not as horrible as people think, because they don't go to the old bit.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yes, for most of us, if you're involved with sport, it's just Swindon is the football ground, and that damned roundabout.
Yes.
The magic roundabout, they call it.
There's no magic to it.
Well,
dark magic,
I
anyway.
can't work it out. In goes Hull and bowls, and is driven this time, but moving to his right is Scriven. It goes through him, most unscriven like. He kicks at the ground in annoyance because he's given away 2 there. In the context of the innings, it's not the worst, the most egregious of errors, but perhaps a little bit symptomatic of where Leicestershire are at right now. 334 for 3.
I wonder if Swindon does have a... I would assume it'd be a... I mean, if it's not something as poetic as that, I'd be highly disappointed.
Hull bowls on the legs this time of Charlesworth, works it into the wide open spaces, acres of open space out there on the leg side, and Ahmed grazing down there on the leg side boundary, picks up and throws in. Easy peasy for Bracey and Charlesworth at the moment. They're taking no risks and scoring at 5+ runs and over. 335 for 3. Just 67 behind. Sorry, Ed.
One of the first things that comes up is on a BBC News article about location nicknames. What do you call your hometown? Swindon. Swindump.
Oh, I see.
That's not very nice. Compared with amazing Stoke for Basingstoke, especially considering Basingstoke. Here comes Holland bowling, driving through the covers. Cover point is Charlesworth, and taking a single.
It's a little bit airy. by Charlesworth standards of late.
So as far as strokes have gone today, it was as close to a false shot as we've had, with the exception of that ball that went off the bat of Bracey when he was on 55 that flew between Hanscom and first slip. Not much danger of that happening now with how narrow they're standing. Holland to Bracey down the leg side, sharp take from Hanscom, who's kept well back there, with the possible exception of that ball that nobody moved for. So I think he had to pick that one up off the half volley. What else have we got here? Hove actually, but that doesn't even work.
I've seen a few signs, you know, they sell them as...
It's not Hove, is it?
Hang them on the...
Here comes Holland bowls on the pads of Bracey, tucked into a gap between fine leg and deep backward square. They think about two, but decide against it on the arm of Hull.
I kind of don't mind it. Hove, comma, actually.
It's supposed to... Is it not about love, actually, though? I mean, it's not Hove.
Hove.
I'm going to call it Hove from now on, just to annoy people.
I don't mind it.
What
about Bristol?
Next year?
What moniker does Bristol get?
Well, there's quite a few, I think, isn't there? Here comes Holland in, and Charlesworth tucks that one through mid-wicket, out to the sweeper for a single. 167 to Charlesworth, 338 for 3. Well, I mean, it inevitably... Well, it's just dull, isn't it? Brizzle is too straightforward, isn't it? In goes Holland bowls, and Bracey, I think, has driven that one into his toe, and the ball trickles back towards the bowler. Bracey was hopping about for a moment there.
Leicester, the tourist office. That's not an easy job, by the way. But the tourist office sells T-shirts with Leicester, LES-TAH, which is how most of the denizens sort of pronounce it. Leicester.
Holland bowls, and leading edge from Bracey there as he tried to work the ball through the leg side and goes back towards the bowler. Bit of a smirk from Holland back towards Bracey. So a couple of, well, in fact, about 3 false strokes in that over, well, of varying kinds. But no wicket. 3 runs from the over. 64 runs the deficit. And Ben Green is peeling off a sweater.
There's often a reference to the Miduk appellation that sometimes follows when Leicester citizens are addressing each other. I wonder if Green is regretting his decision to... But he did enjoy it last time. I think in the end he enjoyed it. As I say, it took a few games to get going. There's a few Leicestershire players at the moment look like they're a little bit... Poor Hull, he's hands on his knees at the moment. Whether they're taking the revenge for his absence during the One Day Cup, I don't know. But he's puffing at the moment. Green is in. Is it me? And bowls and is pushed to mid-wicket by Charlesworth as far as Hull, who takes a little bit of sweat off his brow. He'll have plenty of it. Sweat, that is.
Just having a look through the list of city nicknames now.
Okay.
Cambridge, city of perspiring dreams.
And goes Green, bowls outside off stump, stays rather low, well taken by Hanscom on the second bound, tumbling in front of first slip.
City of dreaming sparks for Oxford and city of perspiring dreams for Cambridge.
Working a bit hard, that, isn't it?
There's always this obsession with adding Vegas onto the end of places.
Okay.
Skeg Vegas.
That I've never heard. Pulled decisively and dismissively over wide long on by Ben Charlesworth. Just sufficiently short. Nice swing of the bat. Quite economical swing of the bat, really. And over mid-on, bounces away. And Charlesworth, that double century that I mentioned earlier, is not so very far away now. He's moved on to 171. And the partnership is not so very far off 200 now. I better start looking up records again. Green is in and bowls outside off stump. This time Charlesworth lets it go. No run.
Quite a while before they get to that one. In fact, it's the one that we mentioned yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, it is. The
Hammond and Neal, yeah. 1937, 321 at the Wagon Works.
Green is in, outside off stump, and again Charlesworth just leans forward but leaves the bat raised, lets it go through.
How does Gloucester not have a nickname? I was ready to say in the city of something, but it's absent from this list. Surely the residents of Gloucester must have come up with something.
Gloucester. That's the rugby ab chanting I'm thinking of, really. You know, let's say. But it is unoriginal. In goes Green and bowls outside off stump. A massive attempt to flay it away by Charlesworth, who launched himself at that one, gave it everything and missed it.
Was toppled over backwards.
Well, nothing economical about that. Had he middled that one, that would have been over the stands at a point, maybe into the scoreboard, something like that. But well, not exactly a rush of blood. I think on 171 you're entitled to trust your eye, but it didn't quite come off for him on that occasion.
Yeah, still sort of out of keeping with the controlled nature even of the sixes that he's hit. Well, with the exception of that top edge. But even that wasn't a massive flail at the ball. 6 sixes in Charlesworth's 171. Holland bowls to Bracey on drive, work to do for mid-on, and it gets underneath Scriven, so they will take an extra run on top of the one they were already going to make. 344 for 3. So what have we got left? 25 overs for, well, just under 25 overs for bonus points. 106 needed for maximum batting points. Holland in, turned through the onside by Bracey out to the sweeper. Travaskis and a single is the result. And Parshanmugam, I think, had just taken off his hat, but I don't know whether his hat had blown off.
I suspect Leicestershire might just take one more bowling bonus point if it was an offer here, because 2 look a long way off.
3 more wickets in just under 25 overs. Fielder moves from second slip to short mid-wicket. So 1 fine slip and 1 wide-ish, well, not quite so wide now. I was thinking that gully was quite wide, but a couple of steps to his right into a more conventional gully position. Holland runs in and bowls to Charlesworth, who comes slightly down the pitch and across and turns it into the hands of that short mid-wicket. Rishi Patel, he's trying the bail trick at the non-striker's end.
I'm wondering who is off. I was looking for Hull, but he's down there at long leg.
I think actually, I don't know whether he swapped them or whether he just lifted the bail up and put it back down again. Didn't quite see. Sleight of hand. Holland to Charlesworth, who will tuck this one through the leg side to deep forward square for a single. Let's have a look. We're going to get a second look there. Oh yeah, he just ran in, knocked the bail off. Not quite sure what was particularly necessary about that. Not sure that Jack Chantry was amazingly impressed. He then had to walk a couple of steps and stoop down, but Patel did come back and pick it up and put it back again. Holland in, and that's been nicked between slip and gully for 4 by James Bracey. He was, I think, opening the face on that one. Whether he quite meant that to go in between slip and gully, I'm not sure, but the 4 brings up the 350 for Gloucestershire, so another batting bonus point. And the scoreboard, it's almost a bit of a shame actually that it says the 402 for Leicestershire's first innings now, because I did quite enjoy just the football style scoreboard, the rest of it being completely broken. So Gloucestershire have their 6th point of the match, as Bracey again nibbling the ball away fine, this time getting it the other side of gully. More work to do, herring back to the boundary for Patel, and 2 more to the total, with the double century partnership fast approaching. 352 for 3, Bracey to 91, looking for a 4th championship 100 of the season.
There's nothing to say really from Gloucestershire's point of view. I don't think they particularly need to accelerate it or look to accelerate it too much. They want to try and give themselves 75 overs tomorrow, something as a minimum really, but if you've got a second innings insurance policy, it doesn't matter too much, as long as they do get sort of far enough ahead to sort of have a good bowl at Leicestershire. Much lengthy animated discussions involving Green, Hill and umpire Shanmugam concerning the new ball. Green's convinced it's out of shape, and he throws it to his captain, who throws it to Shanmugam. So it is only 6 overs old, and umpire Shanmugam wanders over to umpire Chantry. Perhaps he's got the gauge. Let us see what ball will be this. I think it's ball 9, 8 or 9. Is it going through?
Don't think it is. Unless that's the one that it isn't meant to go through. No, I think they're...
No, they're okay with it at the moment.
Okay.
Okay with it at the moment. And umpire Shanmugam lobs it back to Ben Green, who it is safe to say is unconvinced. Holds it at arm's length, looks at it. Alright then. Round the wicket goes Green and bowls to Charlesworth straight on driven. It's a chase for Hill, should cut it off. Bounces back, picks it up around about 3 yards inside the ropes, and a good throw to Green means it is just a couple.
Was it not at Grace Road where
Charlesworth,
Leicestershire were not particularly happy with the condition of the ball, and then they stuck Louis Kimber on? He bowled a ball halfway down the pitch that Charlesworth hit out of the ground, so then it had to be changed by regulation. Perhaps they could do something similar here.
What, they lost it, you mean? Or?
Yeah, because I think as soon as it goes out of the ground, I was told that the ball has to be changed nowadays.
Oh, out of the environs, really. So
Somebody told me that.
In goes Green and bowls on off stump. Charlesworth leans forward and blocks it back down the pitch to Green. So if it goes into somebody's garden, they might as well keep it. Although I suppose it could be used in the nets or something.
I wonder if, Rahane maybe fancies turning his arm over or something for an over. Just lose this ball, and might be a rather expensive strategy if they keep coming up short of the gardens on the Kennington Avenue.
Green is in, bowls, slightly squares up. Charlesworth there, thick outside edge, runs along the ground all the way towards extra cover, and the single is taken. It's a very well hit as well to get it out of this ground.
It might bounce off the concrete and over. That's probably your best bet, or maybe off a car roof. Yeah,
my car's over there somewhere, so I wouldn't be too keen on that one. Into the school grounds might be a possibility. That's a sort of lowish stand over the mound stand over there. I believe it's known.
Yep.
The flats will defend the Ashley Down Road end. In goes Green and bowls, turned off middle and leg. by Bracey 4-1. He's approaching his century. 92 now to him. 175 to Ben Charlesworth. 199 the stand now. Somebody tell Ben Charlesworth. Less short, have every man back now, because he's maybe trying to go to it with a 6. Different sort of responsibility though, isn't it, to a partnership, because the other chap's involved as well, so got to be a bit circumspect, surely. Green is in and bowls, and Charlesworth is circumspection personified as he defends that one on the back foot out into the offside.
The other question is, does Ben Charlesworth know that the 200 partnership is coming up?
Yeah, some are aware, aren't they? But some less so. Bracey would like a drink. He signals to the 12th man. He's still 35 minutes plus away. Worked off the back foot by Charlesworth for the single that brings up the 200 partnership. 101 of those runs to Charlesworth. Bracey, 92 of them, of course. 277 balls and less than 3 hours. Drinks for all, it would appear. 357 for 3. Just how far behind now then?
45.
45. Jeepers, that's not many. And there's still 48 overs to go today. 200 runs, 150 ahead.
Yeah, not a huge number of people in, it has to be said, but a contented round of applause from those that are in. They've rather enjoyed this, and I'm sure there was a certain amount of, well, game's probably gone sort of sentiment among them, but with the efforts of this terrific partnership, few spectators might be beginning to get a little bit greedy and start to wonder what sort of a lead could be built up and whether some wickets might fall.
Haven't seen that before. Both batters have actually left the pitch.
Wicket in the test match. Ben Duckett has been removed for 11. England 34 for 1, requiring a further 171 to win. Dan Lawrence 17 not out, joined by captain Ollie Pope. You wouldn't want, if you were Pope, to come in and lose your first test as captain after recent times. Not to suspect that Pope could be blamed very much if England were to lose it, except with bat rather than with his captaincy. Elsewhere it is predictably, well, was, I should say, because my feed hadn't refreshed, was raining at New Road, but they are still playing there, and Tawanda Moyeye, 124 not out now, still, I'm sure, unfurling his usual array of eye-catching shots, 17 fours and 2 sixes, but Joey Everson dismissed for 16, so Kent 184 for 4, trailing by 92. They are underway now at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 42 for 1, leading by 140. But after Warwickshire declared at Taunton and set Somerset just over 400 to win, and Somerset got them, what exactly are Warwickshire going to be happy to set Somerset this time around? I'd imagine they'd know their pitch a bit better, but might be a little bit scared. Especially given events below them. Vital that they come away with some points if Worcestershire are to complete their victory over Kent. No play today at the Oval. Lancashire 4 without loss, trailing by 236 on second innings. No play at the Utilita Bowl. Essex 404 for 8 in their first innings. Nottinghamshire now 4 down, 118 for 4 against Durham, trailing by 184 following on. Ben Slater run out sub for 53. Gloucestershire had a run out sub this season. They managed to run out Cheteshwar Pujara, coming back for a third run in the 80s. Said it when he was on about 20 that the only way Gloucestershire were going to get Pujara out was via the run out. Here's Holland as we resume play after the drinks break, bowling to Charlesworth, who's turning this one to deep backward square and taking a single. To 177 he goes. And in Division 2, play has been abandoned for the day at Merchant Taylor's School. Frustration for Middlesex. They're not going to have a great deal of time to bowl Northamptonshire out, leading by 43, but only one day to go in that game. Bracey waits on 92. Holland to him, down the leg side, and another smart take from Hanscom on the half volley and to his right, saving himself byes. Have there been any byes this innings? Struggling to remember one. No, we haven't had any. And it's not for the lack of there being some tricky takes for Hanscom either.
He's very neat.
Kept well once he's got his gloves on the ball. Holland to Bracey, and this is worked behind square on the onside. Thinking about 2 again is Bracey, but they haven't really pushed too much in terms of the running between the wickets. Haven't necessarily needed to, and Charlesworth, admittedly, over a couple of days, but he has now been batting for the best part of 6 hours. Bracey on to 93. Holland steady approach round the wicket, bowls to Charlesworth, who drives sweetly enough, and Lewis Hill with a sort of it looked as though somebody had an invisible man had come behind him and rugby tackled him as he fielded that ball. Here comes Holland. There now, bowls Charlesworth, a held forward defence. And there is no run. He did, it just looked like somebody had just running behind him and taken his legs out as he
It doesn't,
collapsed
considering
forward.
he was a wicketkeeper for sort of much of his career, he doesn't look like a natural fielder.
Holland bowls, width on offer. Charlesworth tries to have a go at it and flubs it out to cover. 3:59 for 3, end of the over. 2 from that Holland over. Sussex still 4 down, a bit of a partnership having developed between Alsop and Simpson. In fact, Alsop hasn't been dismissed yet in that game. Made 86 not out in the first innings, 37 not out in the second. Sussex almost into the lead. Trail by 9, 4 wickets down.
Good yet. Swing.
Yep, very much so. And Glamorgan still 3 down, having got back underway at Derby. Carlson 16, Ingram 21, but still 158 behind Derbyshire.
I'm sure the natural sunny optimism of my fellow Yorkshire folk will be making itself felt at Scarborough.
They have had a few causes for such pessimism this season.
Green is in, and it swings in towards middle and leg and pushed by Bracey out towards mid-wicket. He's on 93. There'll be much grumbling going on those wooden benches that line the North Marine Road ground. On the east side, that is. Green is in and bowls on off stump this time. Even so, it's played into the leg side by Bracey as he steps across and turns the bat face on the ball, pushes it out to Patel again at mid-wicket. Alfonso Thomas, registering a certain amount of concern, is down on one knee with his chin in his left hand down there on the boundary. It's quite a stylish attitude, pose if you like, down there. As Green turns, I think he's shortened his run in, bowls on off stump, driven or attempted to be driven by Bracey, but wasn't quite there to be driven and steered it out to Scriven at extra cover. There's Alfonso. Much to ponder, it would appear. Not quite the thinker in the Paris museum there, but
no.
Museum Gardens, but there's something of it. Was it Rodin, was it?
Yes.
Yeah, Rodin's the thinker. Green is in. Bowls flayed away behind point by Bracey, and that is going to cross the ropes before third man running up the ropes can get there. Holland running sort of slightly on tiptoe, looking like a very tired man out there. Bracey moves on to 97.
Have you seen that photo before with the thinker?
Robin Williams offering him a loo roll. That's, yeah.
It's just the slightly unfortunate appearance of the thinker. If you once you see it, you then can't not see it.
We went to Paris for our honeymoon, and obviously went to see the thinker. We both got pictures. Completely ruined it for me now.
Yeah,
Thank you
I know. It ruined it for me, so I felt I had to do the same for you.
But that was my honeymoon. In Green and bowls and driven by Bracey out to extra cover. Do you want to see if you can see him over his over the line? It's a regular occurrence with Bracey against Leicestershire.
Actually, I mean, I'd forgotten he fell 8 runs short in the reverse fixture,
right, okay.
And I think it was getting towards the stage where Gloucestershire were thinking about a declaration, and he came down the pitch and tried to smash either Rehan Ahmed or Kimber out the ground and hold out on 92.
We won't change things then, just in case. Green bowls to him, a little bit of swing, and it squares him up slightly as he manages to work the ball back down the pitch to the Somerset low knee. End of the over. 363 for 3. Trailing now by just 39 Gloucestershire. 46 overs remain today, and there are 25 minutes until tea.
Flying by. Tom Scriven from the Ashley Down Road end.
They're looking a bit leggy, you know, some of these seamers.
Yeah.
Leicestershire seamers.
Yeah, I mean, even though it's been spread out a bit, start to get into your third, fourth spells, and especially when you've just been playing white ball cricket, you've come off, in some cases, a long run, lots of games in quick succession, lots of travelling, group stage, playoff game, semi-final, then presumably back again, and then back down here for this game. It's not been an easy period for them, and once things start to get away from you, it's difficult to arrest things. Scriven to Charlesworth, and this is calmly nudged to short mid-wicket by Charlesworth. Still not exactly on the charge, these two, and again, they don't really need to be. They can achieve their goals without doing so at this point. Suspect the feeling will be get to tea, and then if we need to go for a bit of a dash, then could do so.
I'd just keep playing exactly the same way.
Certainly for now. Scriven into Charlesworth, who just about beats the dive of Kimber this time, which is quite some effort to do given how much ground Kimber can make up, but it's only a single as deep square completes the fielding. 364 for 3. Is it too greedy of me to hope for a bit of Marchant de Lange batting today?
Last 10 overs, something like that? Either today or first thing tomorrow morning.
Surely they wouldn't deny me that pleasure. Even if, as he did earlier this season. He comes in and smashes his first ball up about to the height of the floodlights and is caught. Scriven bowls, Bracey on, drives, gorgeous shot, down the ground it goes for 4, and it is a 4th Championship 100 of the season for James Bracey, who punches the air, gets a hug from Ben Charlesworth, will rip off his helmet and raise that and his bat to the dressing room and to the spectators around the ground. A home ton for James Bracey. It's his 3rd at Bristol this season. 368 for 3.
And what a way to go to that landmark as well. Probably the shot of his innings.
Yeah. 14 fours in that innings as Bracey defends firmly out to cover and there's no run. 158 deliveries. Bracey's 100 coming in, and in total his 13th first class 100. But all 400s this season have come at home with that double ton at Cheltenham, which was his first 100 at Cheltenham. Scriven bowls and turned around. There is Bracey as he sends it back to the bowler and then wafts the air in annoyance with his right hand. Almost certainly would only have been a single if he'd got that shot away, but I don't know if Bracey's just thinking, well, I've just absolutely refocused after that 100, because I know that was one thing that was mentioned a bit after his first 100 this season, which broke a drought for him. You could see how much that 100 meant to him, as this is clipped away towards deep backward square. Again, they're running the first one hard. Well, I say they are. James Bracey's running the first one hard, but I think Charlesworth has already made up his mind. It's just going to be a single, and it is. 6 from the over, 369 for 3. The deficit 33 now. But for Bracey, that was his first 100 in basically 2 years in the Championship at the start of this season. So real look of relief and outpouring of emotion after that one, and was out fairly soon after. It didn't matter a great deal. Gloucestershire ended up saving that game against Yorkshire pretty comfortably, but since then 144 against Derbyshire and 204 not out against Glamorgan. How far can he go in this one?
Leicestershire literally, I think, now trying to slow things down a little bit between overs, just trying to take some of the momentum out of this Gloucestershire innings as Green bowls and Bracey is forward on off stump, playing the ball out to extra cover. There's no run. Just thinking in my own mind, you know, if things go really well, might they want a couple of overs, a few overs at Leicestershire tonight? You know?
I'd wondered about that on my wander around the ground before the start of play, if things went perfectly.
Even just 5 or 6. Nip one out overnight. Green is in and bowls, turned off his legs past the sprawling Rishi Patel at mid-wicket. Ahmed, who just can't resist it, basically turned his back on the ball as he came to it and picked it up between his legs with his back and then sort of swiveled and threw. I think he's got a fairly low boredom threshold, essentially, and although he loves playing county cricket, not that those two things are related, but he does try to make every time he and the ball are in the same postcode, he wants to make it an event of some kind. Green is in. Charlesworth drives beautifully and nobody really moves except Kimber, who turns and jogs resignedly back towards the boundary. It's the shot he played so well yesterday, really, the sort of square drive away through the offside. There's a really stylish flourish to it when Charlesworth plays it, and he's moved on to 182 of 259 balls. Green, hands on hips, waits resignedly for the ball to be returned to him. Finally is. Trail now by just 28. Gloucestershire. Green is in, bowls, a bouncer outside off stump, and Charlesworth has nothing to do with it. 1 for the over, says umpire Shunmagan. It was fairly close to being a no ball on height. It was really loopy, banged in. Weary effort from Green, who's into his 18th over now, 1 for 57. It's been less expensive than some. He's a bigger, heavier man though. In he goes and bowls on off stump, stroked out into the offside by Charlesworth. It's pushed back towards Green by the fielder Kimber, beg his pardon. Much bigger man. He was recumbent. And there was a momentary hesitation, but the batters did decide to take the single in the end. Good running by Charlesworth. Aware the situation. 183 to him now. Bracey on 103 as Green is in. Bowls a bouncer to him. He pulls it away for 4. Knew exactly where that one was going. James Bracey sat up nicely for him. And Ahmed and Travaskis bisected, but they're good 40 yards apart and neither really moved by the time it crossed the ropes. Just to the left of the flats as we look at them, so runs continue to flow at a very good rate for Gloucestershire, who are now trailing by just 23.
The Andy Zoltzman of the box has just informed me that this is James Bracey's 3rd consecutive 100 on a Saturday. Scored 2 hundreds for Bristol CC on back-to-back Saturdays, and now this one.
The 3rd consecutive Saturday he's got.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I'm with you. Okay, right.
There you go.
Well, Saturday being one of the few days Bristol CC play, presumably.
Yes, so it seems so. Yeah, West of England Premier League. Scriven next to the mound of sawdust at the far end, and running into bowl to Charlesworth, who drives back to Scriven, who gets down in his follow through and stops it with his hand rather than his foot. Probably wise, given that was travelling quite quickly, and it's the definite possibility that it might get under him.
I was just thinking there hadn't been a chance, but I suppose the Bracey edge between keeper and slip goes down in the book as a chance. 1 or 2 comments to the effect that Cox might have taken it, but Hanscom didn't move. Rahana didn't move.
Yeah, it's funny that we've had 2 such similar ones. As on leg stump and clipped firmly by Charlesworth, it's slightly fumbled by Rahane at square leg. He was travelling firmly. Knocked it down rather than stopping it cleanly in a single to Charlesworth to take him to 184. I think it's probably because, for a couple of things, there have been so few chances have gone to the slips, and then you're standing so close expecting everything to come down low. Your eye's almost just not in for the ball coming up a bit higher. Both of them have been more towards head height, palms facing up type catches, as Bracey picks out mid-wicket this time. And I know that's excuses, but it might just be a symptom of where you're expecting the ball to come, and all of a sudden the ball's flashing past you and you're going to make a split-second decision. But both of them, you'd like to think somebody would move for them. Got to be the most frustrating thing as a bowler when nobody goes for it. Another really pleasant on drive from James Bracey, but mid on a touch straighter this time, so there's no run. Actually due to start, I notice, at 4:15 at Southampton. Essex 404 for 8 in their first innings still. Well, I suppose there's bonus points, but Yeah. I'm sure Kevin James will be taking it well, though. Here comes Scriven and bowls, and Bracey is forward defending out into the covers, and there's no run.
I mean, they still could come out of it with 16 points, couldn't they, Essex? So, you know, if they...
Well, yeah, Essex need every point they can get, especially if things continue to be delayed at the Oval. Inspection there in a couple of minutes. If Lancashire could escape that with a draw, then draw keeps Essex still in with a shot. Scriven, last ball of this over, and there will not be a run as Bracey just touches the ball towards mid-on, and a tight over from Scriven, 1 run from it. 380 for 3. Just over 10 minutes to go until a tea break. So we are going to have probably 40 overs, if not 41 overs left in the evening session.
Scriven's got quite a quick arm, and you know he can be lively, and the ball is still new-ish. What is it? 12 overs old, but it seemed to take an age from pitching to get to the bat there, and you do feel the pitch, if anything, is getting sort of slower all the time.
Yeah,
it's dying a little bit. Leicestershire turn to Travaskis a couple of overs before tea from the left arm spinner, the Cumbrian. Can he give Leicestershire a little bit of joy to improve their cuppa or protein drink or whatever they have these days?
Gosh, yeah, raw egg yolk or something. Maybe some pickle juice to stop cramp.
It was beetroot juice for a while, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And everybody, yeah. Yeah, I won't pursue that. One of the side effects. In goes Travaskis and bowls, uses his feet there. Charlesworth gets to the pitch of it and jams it down to long on for 1.
Be assuming the row down posture then.
Brings in the field for Bracey. Well, up to a point. Why is he going to place Scriven, who's asking for guidance? Well, he's at a very straight, short, mid-on. In goes Travaskis and bowls. He's clipped behind square. That's a chase for Ahmed, who brilliantly gets his left hand to it. No, he says it actually crossed the ropes, or I'd crossed the ropes. So good work from Ahmed, and he gets an acknowledgement from umpire Chantry, and one would hope the batsman as well.
It's very sporting, because from this distance you wouldn't
got
have...
his left hand to it. It must have been the sort of body that was across the line as he did so. Travaskis is in again to Bracey, who works it into the gap between that short straight mid-on Scriven and a green at mid-wicket out towards long on and takes 1.
Even some of the spectators were applauding as soon as he'd made the stop, so I don't think even they knew.
Travaskis into Charlesworth, who goes back to a fullish delivery. Didn't really turn, might have stayed a touch slow and just nurdles it out towards backward point, jogs 1. 387 for 3, 15 behind. Can they be level by tea? Travaskis tosses it up, full toss almost, lowish full toss on the bat in the end, and gestures at the ball there. Bracey as though should have got that away wider of Hill at mid-off. He didn't. And for once Hill stayed on his feet to stop the ball. Travaskis is in, that's a better length, and is played accordingly by Bracey back down the wicket to Travaskis. Dot ball to finish the over. Bracey 112, Charlesworth 186, 387 for 3, 15 behind. Run rate rising inexorably now, 4.16 for the innings as a whole. Today I would imagine it's something around about 5.5. I could work it out, and will do during the tea interval, which is 8 minutes away. 2 overs.
Yeah, I think it's roughly 5, maybe. Yeah, close to anyway. Here comes Scriven bowling to Charlesworth, driving along the floor up to mid-off. There is no run. So what have we got? 7 minutes left. You might get 3 in. Depends how desperate Leicestershire are to get those overs in. They might not be particularly. England 51 for 1 at Old Trafford. Scriven to Charlesworth, turned off his pads to mid-wicket. There is no run. Slowed down a little. 51 for 1 off 12 overs. Come on, this is the New England. It's supposed to have strike rates around or even below 50. Scriven at the end of his run and passes umpire Chantry in bowls, and Charlesworth turns this one along the floor to square leg. There is no run. Clouds sort of parting at the moment after that heavy shower cloud missed us by a distance to the north. We'll still need this sort of lack of cloud cover if we're going to be playing much past 6, given what we've seen the last couple of days. Well, maybe past 6:15, 6:30. Scriven in inside edge from Charlesworth, which squirts towards forward square leg, in the air for a bit of time. It's been so rare today that there's been any lack of control from either of these two that the rare times it happens, there's almost a sense of what's gone wrong there. It feels like more of a, I don't know, more of an event than it might be if the ball were nipping about all over the place and you had that happen. You wouldn't think so much on it if you had genuine plays and misses. Scriven to Charlesworth, who lets the ball come to him. Ball hits bat. Ball goes out to offside, no run. Just the 1 run off Scriven's previous over, and working on a maiden here. I think he'd have to slow down a bit if he's to make certain that Travaskis's next over will be the last before tea. In goes Tom Scriven. He's there now and bowls. Charlesworth drives just past the onside of the stumps, but a tumbling stop made up at mid-on by Holland will save 3. Charlesworth through for a single and keeps the strike on 187. 388 for 3. And Gloucestershire trailing by 14 runs. Still unbroken today, this Charlesworth-Bracey partnership.
How many overs have we had in the session so far? 34, I think. 41 remaining. Started with 75. So a fair few of those overs have been spin as well, so squeezed in a couple more. You would have thought Leicestershire. Travaskis is in over the wicket, tosses it up pleasantly. Tries to drive it away through the offside there. Charlesworth doesn't really time it. Bounces kindly for Hill at mid-off. No run. Delay while Patel at long on fastens his shoelace. Everybody considerately waits for him. Travaskis is in, bowls to him, hit up into the air. Can Hill get underneath it? No, he can't. It's going to bounce a few yards away from the Leicestershire captain as he ran away to his right, skewed off the outside edge of Charlesworth's bat as he tried to lift it straight. Rehearses the shot, got away with it. Probably deserves that little bit of luck in what may be the over before tea. Picks up one. Travaskis is in to Bracey, who clips it more or less straight to Scriven at that straight, shortish mid-on position. Yard perhaps in front of the return crease. Travaskis is in, Bracey is forward. Thick inside part of the bat defends it. 2 balls to go in the over. Might squeeze in another before the tea interval. Travaskis steps in and bowls. Bracey is forward. You wouldn't describe it as a run for Travaskis. There's no run up. It's a sort of step up really to bowl. Well, he does start sort of from behind the umpire, to just about level. It just sort of walks in just 2 or 3 strides and then up on his toes and bowls, and Bracey defends again to mid on. Will that be it? Will there be one more? Looks like there's going to be one more over. Umpire Chantry walks. He's got a longer stride than umpire Sean McGann, and he takes the sweater from Tom Scriven.
The umpires might have hoped that that 349 became a 350, but it didn't, because it had only really just turned 349 anyway. So one more over. Yeah, that first time in that over that Charlesworth has tried to go big towards the pavilion rather than towards the Ashley Down roadside off the spinners. Scriven to Charlesworth, who's playing a studied forward defence. Maybe just the difference between knowing that the boundary is a bit longer down this way, causing him to really for the first time slightly lose his shape when looking to clear the ropes off the spinners. I mean, it'd been cross if he'd have got out then, despite the huge number of runs he's already accrued. If he got out just before tea and that close to a maiden double 100. But he's still there, facing Scriven now, and watchfully turned to short mid-wicket for no run. Looked for a little bit as though he was mostly playing for that tea break, with the exception of that foray against Travaskis. 4 balls to go, and then there will be 39 overs in theory remaining in the day. Scriven in and bowls, and just past the efforts of Kimber at short mid-wicket down to mid-on, so Charlesworth gets off strike and might just hope that that's the last delivery that he has to face in this afternoon session. 390 for 3. Charlesworth onto 189. Surely will have comfortably passed 6 hours now at the crease. 380 minutes or so. Scriven into Bracey, who's guiding the ball towards a gap in the covers, but if anything has hit it too firmly, so there is no run. England 2 down. Ollie Pope out for 6, as he was in the first innings. 59 for 2. Wicket of Joe Root feels rather momentous. 61 for 2, needing 144 more. Scriven in, and Bracey struck on the pad. Big shout. No, says Jack Chantry. Scriven stares off towards cover. What do I have to do? Probably thinking I'm going to have to bowl him.
Well, it did sound a bit woody.
I think that's what Jack Chantry maybe even signalling. He shook his head immediately, and then he made that just little tap of one hand onto the other, signalling that he felt inside edge.
Because it hit him low, plumb in front.
Yeah.
But it did sound distinctly edgy.
Gone a long way across there, Bracey, and then maybe just kept a touch low. Last ball before tea, inside edge from Bracey. They think about coming through for a single, but decide wisely against it as Kimber fields. Slightly nervy last couple of deliveries there, but an outstanding session's work for Gloucestershire after the ground staff mopped up huge amounts of rain that had fallen overnight and this morning. Getting underway at 1:30 with Gloucestershire on 227 for 3. They are still only 3 down, having added 163 runs in 36
overs at 4.52 runs per over.
And James Bracey, he's raising his bat because he reached his 100 in that session, but walking off next to Ben Charlesworth, who is just 11 runs shy of a maiden first-class double century. Gloucestershire trail Leicestershire by just 12 runs, 39 overs to work with this evening and 96 overs tomorrow.
Partnership 233 at the moment.
233. Well, keep an eye on that Hammond Neil record then. Still a way to go, but possibly might be something to watch out for in this evening session. How will Gloucestershire approach things? The ball is in their court, very much so, thanks to the performances of Charlesworth and of Bracey. We will be back in just under 20 minutes' time for that evening session. See you in a bit. A very good afternoon. Welcome back. 390 for 3. Gloucestershire resuming after tea, and Rehan Ahmed bowling the first ball of this 39 over long evening session, and immediately Charlesworth getting things underway with a single through the leg side. 391 on the board. Charlesworth has 190, James Bracey 112, and looking to reset in the usual way, James Bracey, with his usual routine, and a quick single is taken as he works the ball up to mid-on. Rishi Patel motions to shy, but then holds on to the ball.
Ben Charlesworth looked distinctly startled there.
Well, they haven't been taking any quick singles for quite a while, and Bracey suddenly fancied one. Charlesworth gets to the pitch of this one with a long stride forward, but then turns the ball away to mid-wicket. Now there is no run, so the deficit now just 10 runs. Rehan Ahmed bowls on the back foot through the onside once again by Charlesworth out to the sweeper at deep mid-wicket. He has 191. Gloucestershire, for maximum batting points, require a further 57 runs in 13.2 overs. So really not very far off the rate that they've been going today. Just ever so slightly, bless you, sir. Maybe just ever so slightly higher, as driving is Bracey and doesn't get it past cover, and not for the first time today, a motion of immense irritation from Bracey with his glove as he can't get it past the fielder. Rehan Ahmed bowls, Bracey drives, and he's hit the fielder this time, but hit him very firmly, but Scriven stops it. Certainly got everything into that drive, but picked out cover. So 3 runs from the opening over, 9 runs the deficit.
England 3 down.
Is it Lawrence or
Lawrence? Lawrence. 129 to win with 7 wickets remaining. It's not going to be spin from both ends. As you possibly heard, it's going to be Ian Holland from the far end, the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. Sun goes behind cloud. No real dark stuff around though. Holland just a little dance on his toes to get his legs moving, which is taking some doing for some of the Leicestershire players. Bowls onto the hip of Charlesworth, whipped away down towards long leg. Hull forms the long barrier, still doesn't pick up the ball cleanly, but no issues in terms of conceding unnecessary runs. Just the single. Charlesworth on to 192, Bracey 113. The deficit now just 8. Those aren't the screams of the Leicestershire bowlers. In goes Holland and bowls, a little bit short outside off stump, up on his toes. Bracey steers it away down towards wide third man. Patel feels one is taken. Morgan making a rather better fist of things second time round, as you would expect, against Derbyshire. Still in all sorts of bother, they're still 99 behind, but they still have those 7 wickets remaining. They're 162 for 3, so that's certainly going to go into tomorrow, you would imagine. In goes Holland, bowls again a little bit short on the back foot, pushed firmly by Charlesworth, but only as far as Ahmed at point. Ditto, to the pleasure of the Scarborough landladies. The game on the east coast in North Yorkshire, as Holland is in, bowls looking for the Yorker. Good stop as it floated down the leg side, and Hanscom, the ball was ignored really by Charlesworth, and Hanscom managed to fling himself across to his right and make the stop. Not cleanly, but it was a good reach, and it maintains the no byes.
Yeah.
curiosity.
98th
Pete-
over on a slow pitch, that is impressive.
Pete might be the interviewee at the end of the day for Leicestershire. As in goes Holland and bowls and cut away by Charlesworth. Down again to Patel, takes one. Well, nobody else has managed to do anything of note thus far for the Foxes today.
Goodness knows, I've over the, well, particularly last season and the one before that, been there many a time. Who on earth do I talk to today? Hasn't happened many times this season though, thankfully.
Ice cream van never showed. It's found an event somewhere else, hasn't it, Paolo's?
Oh, there is a
It is a Saturday
there is
in
a
Bristol.
concert, isn't there? Massive attack.
Right. Back over the wicket goes Holland. Bowls whipped away in the air by Bracey. Holland can't believe it went where it went, which was just wide of Hull down there at wide long leg, and just this single in the end is taken. Bracey onto 115, 397 for 3.
And that brings up 5,000 first-class runs for James Bracey. So a pretty significant one. I mean, we like to deal in round numbers and thousands, but
Shouldn't there be a little round of applause?
5,000 is
Perhaps Ian's
a
not
pretty
aware.
significant one. Well, he updated apparently the Bristol Rovers score around the ground, which I'm sure would not have improved James Bracey's mood, because apparently they lost. So I'm not quite sure whether he was trying to provide some motivation through anger from James Bracey, but either way it doesn't seem to have affected him too much. Rehan Ahmed in and bowls, and just nudged quietly by Bracey backward of square on the offside. They take a single, past backward point, 398 for 3. Messrs Bancroft and Dent just sitting there in the dressing room chuckling, yeah, come back when you got twice that. In comes Rehan Ahmed to Charlesworth. He leans forward and blocks this back to the bowler. Just 4 runs now, Gloucestershire's deficit. Rehan Ahmed bowls. He's going big down the ground. Charlesworth, he's not got it, but it will fall on the bounce. Down too long on. He just hit it badly enough and survives on 193. So he wasn't even trying to reach his double 100 with a 6. He was trying to reach 199 with a 6. Rehan Ahmed bowls. Sweep shot from Bracey. Appeal for leg before, and it's not considered for too long by umpire Shanmugam. In fact, I don't think Rehan Ahmed particularly appealed. Mostly from behind the stumps. Something to do. Signs of Gloucestershire wanting to get on with it in this over. Rehan Ahmed bowls, and Bracey continues to try to get on with it and lofts the ball over wide long off. 1 bounce and for 4. Just inside the boundary ropes, and that is the 400 up for Gloucestershire. 7 points on the board for them now. Their 4th batting point brought up in fine style by Bracey, opening his shoulders really almost for the first time against the spinner in terms of trying to loft the ball in the air. On to 120.
And the lead.
And into the lead. Rehan Ahmed bowls over the top of long on this time. That will bounce before it gets to the rope, and oh, it almost plugged. In fact, that has definitely gone over the boundary rope, and in fact Rishi Patel will signal as such. So there's the foot being put to the floor. It has brought up the 250 run partnership, that 4. This is taxing all these milestones in one go. This is sort of commentators' equivalent of first world problems, isn't it? Complaining about the number of milestones being brought up. 407 for 3.
Charlesworth on 194. I think you better keep going just while he's on strike. You never quite know with him.
I suppose if Holland were to drop one in short, that might be possible. Here comes Holland over the wicket to Charlesworth on 194. He drives to mid-off, but picks out the fielder. And there is no run. So Charlesworth has faced roughly 100 more deliveries than Bracey, but sort of hard to conceive of a world where Charlesworth was batting before James Bracey now. Holland bowls to Charlesworth, who will find the gap just to the left-hand side of mid-wicket and take one out to the sweeper on the onside, 408 for 3.
No close catches, you wouldn't expect really, but Leicestershire very, very much on the defensive now. It's a question of just trying to slow the charge to whatever extent they can. Holland over the wicket to Bracey, who works it out towards mid-on, immediately calls for the run. Green is reasonably quickly onto the ball for a big man, picks it up two-handed but doesn't bother throwing because Bracey had long since made his ground and Charlesworth had responded in good time.
It's sort of difficult at this stage for Leicestershire to keep morale up when there's not too many close catches about. Holland bowls, that stays down on Charlesworth, who was possibly camping on the back foot, hoping for something to hit away. So he might have made that look a little more dangerous than it actually was. And he just lunged down and got the bottom part of his bat on it. He was looking cross-batted as well, which made it harder for him, but he stays there. Holland bowls to Charlesworth, turned firmly through the same gap on the leg side for another single. And Charlesworth will keep the strike, will he? Okay, no.
One more.
There is one more. Initially, it was partly the fact that Hanscom was halfway down the pitch, and then the graphic to my left had a dot, which has been changed to a 1, so got done.
Holland
I should have been counting.
Is in, bowls to Bracey on the back foot, slightly short of a length delivery, dropped down towards gully, and Hanscom twice in this over has remonstrated with his fielders. First that throw from Kimber that drew him sort of halfway up the pitch, and just then as he moved out, fielded the ball and was going to hurl it at the stump, but wanted to be safe to hurl the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and realised that nobody was backing up. Actually, Charlesworth hadn't really gone anywhere, so he probably wouldn't have thrown it anyway, but reminding his fielders that they have a job to do. Maintaining standards.
Yep.
Pete Hanscom.
Yep, and if your head's completely drop, you're more likely to drop catches. Rehan Ahmed bowls cut by Charlesworth through the covers out to deep cover, jogs as gently as he can through to the non-striker's end to conserve as much energy as possible. Charlesworth to 197. So Bracey waits, waggle as he faces up and cuts firmly, but picks out backward point. Rehan Ahmed having moved over the wicket to the left-hander. He's mostly been bowling around, trying to access that rough as Bracey comes down the pitch, turns it to long on for a single, 412 for 3. There's been less turn than there was yesterday, hasn't there? I mean, there's the effects of rolling again. Rehan Ahmed bowls, hanging on the back foot. Charlesworth knocks it through mid-wicket for 1.
Yeah, I suspect he's conscious of the approaching landmark to the extent that, well, actually, I really don't want to hole out now.
Yep, and there's no pressure at all when it comes to the 450, with Bracey having taken the initiative with those couple of boundaries off the previous Rehan Ahmed over. Here he comes, bowls, again, a little short, allowing Bracey onto the back foot, but he can't find the gap this time on the onside as Green fields at mid-wicket. And one ball remains in this over. Over rate being the one thing that isn't a problem for Leicestershire at the moment, as that one has skidded through on Bracey. It was fairly short, but then didn't bounce a great deal. Fortunately for Bracey, it also didn't turn back into him, which would have made it much tougher to play that, but ended up playing a cut shot down in a crouched position, missed it, end of the over.
Yeah, they shouldn't be that dangerous. If it's going to start keeping a little bit low, that's not necessarily an issue for Leicestershire, because if you're not looking to score, even if you can keep out the straight ones, we should be able to keep out the straight ones unless it really grubs.
Here is Holland to Charlesworth. There, and bowls, and turned to mid-wicket, fumbled by Rahane, but not far enough away that Gloucestershire were thinking about a single. In a one-day game, perhaps, but not with Charlesworth on 198. Run out 199 does, or indeed run out 198 doesn't sound especially good. Sure, the nerves will be there, but having now achieved other milestones, you'd imagine Charlesworth probably not quite so, having been out there for so long as well. They haven't got much energy left to be nervous, I don't know.
Making him wait a bit now. Hanscom's going to stand up to the stumps for Holland.
Having a survey of the field, it's basically just a ring field with long leg, deep mid-wicket and deep third out. Holland runs in, bowls to Charlesworth, turned through mid-wicket. He's going to continue to have to settle for singles up to 199. The lead is 12. 414 for 3.
Holland has something to say to Charlesworth after just about every delivery at the moment. There's a sort of smile on his face as he says whatever he's saying. Oh, I would love there to be a stump mic of some kind.
But only we could hear it.
Indeed. Round the wicket comes Holland, bowls to Bracey, who is working that one neatly, as ever. Off the back foot from just outside off stump down to Patel at third man. Takes one. Moves on to 127, 415 for 3. The lead now 13.
Possibly shatter some illusions about the
standard
friendliness
repartee.
of, well, yes, that's probably true as well. I
Yes,
suspect it is dreadful, but
Oscar Wilde probably won't need to be worrying too much from beyond the grave.
I imagine the chat really is dreadful. Deep mid-wicket has come up now, as Holland bowls to Charlesworth, who drives but can't beat the cover fielder. So everybody up apart from fine leg. Josh Hull has been allowed to continue to ride the boundary down there, but deep third, deep mid-wicket, deep cover, all up inside the ring, with Charlesworth on 199. Holland runs in, bowls to Charlesworth, leading edge, it just falls short of cover point. Not in control of that one, and he's rehearsing playing that one with a straight bat. Sort of potentially made up his mind where he was going to score the run, regardless of the delivery. Tried to take you from outside the off stump. Holland in now, bowls to Charlesworth, looks to drive inside edge onto his pad. It rolls back up the pitch. How many of these 199 runs have come so effortlessly, and just this one more seems so tricky.
They were well bowled though by Holland, weren't they?
Yeah.
Those three. All required a certain amount of adjustment on the part of Charlesworth, and nerves for all. He's a confident young man, will be jangling a little bit. Ahmed from the Bristol Pavilion end is into Bracey, who is clipping the ball towards mid-wicket. Tumbling stop by Green, went down in stages to his left, but he did go down and make the stop, so it's a dot ball. Ahmed blows on his bowling hand before grasping the ball and bouncing in outside off stump, looking to chop it away. It was a little bit short, but didn't really get up. And Bracey could only mistime it, shovel it out towards backward point, where Holland is fielding. Ahmed in, bowls. That's a nice loop to that one, but Bracey takes advantage by stepping forward, getting to the pitch of it and clipping it firmly out to longer on. Patel jogs in to return the ball to Patel, and the brief period of torture continues for Ben Charlesworth.
It's almost been one of the biggest dangers against Rehan Ahmed. It's been the really short ball that doesn't get up very much. If your eyes light up, you could get yourself in trouble. Rehan Ahmed bowls shorter ball and cut and missed by Charlesworth. That one actually didn't really keep that low. He just didn't make contact with it. Umpire Shanmugam is pawing the ground. Not an official warning, I don't think, but saying you're pretty close here in terms of running on the danger area. Rehan Ahmed bowls. Again, it's into the pitch, and Charlesworth knocks this to short mid-wicket. It's not quite getting to the stage where this is meaning Gloucestershire will have to go on a bit of a charge for the 450, but it's certainly continuing to build up a bit of tension. Last ball of the over, Rehan Ahmed bowls. It's a full delivery, it's slammed down the ground, one bounce and for four, and Ben Charlesworth has reached a maiden first-class double hundred from 299 balls and raises arms aloft. It's a magnificent sight if you're a Gloucestershire supporter. One of their young guns who has made such a mark in white ball cricket, particularly this year, but he's certainly making his mark against the red ball now. 203 not out, and Gloucestershire 420 for 3.
Well played, young man. He has played well. You don't get 200 without playing well, of course you don't, but it has been a good 200. The odd moment of luck, but nice to see that. Leicestershire captain Lewis Hill, en route to his fielding position, swerves and offers a hand of congratulation, which Ben Charlesworth takes and shakes.
Got there with a 4 though, not
one
a
bounce,
6. It was very close to
in Holland round the wicket to James Bracey, who's whipping it away off his legs down towards deep backward square, and that is 4 to Bracey. So, well, that momentary pause in the speed of the scoring rate has quickly been picked up again. Bracey on to 132 now. Yeah, 4.52 runs per over in the afternoon session between these two, as in goes Holland. Bowls. Bracey is a little bit more circumspect, carefully blocks that one out to Rahana at mid-wicket. The lead now 22.
Yeah, well, they have a number or a number of overs in mind, I wonder.
Holland bustles in, bowls. Bracey again is turning it off his legs, this time not quite as forcefully, so it's going to go more or less straight to Hull at long leg, and one is taken. And if there is any serious thought about having a few overs tonight, you know, even if Leicestershire were to get sort of 100 ahead, you know, Gloucestershire could certainly knock that off tomorrow evening, something like that. In goes Holland, bowls, forward goes Charlesworth and defends. Just thinking in terms of giving themselves time and...
Yeah, and sides like to do that. After a long day in the field, just try and grab a couple in the evening when the minds are at their most tired, and there's sort of a different feeling about going out to bat at that time.
Holland is in, bowls down the leg side. That was a heck of a take by Hanscom, moving away to his right. Holland apologises, but Hanscom, well, he didn't make a fuss about it, and just for a second I thought maybe he'd overrun it or missed it in some way, but he moved really smartly to his right, took the catch and made the clean stop and just sort of kept going. And I was glancing down to find leg in case it had whistled down there, but nope, it was in his gloves. Holland is in and bowls, a little bit of in swing, thick inside, edge from Charlesworth. The ball runs out to deep backward square. Kimber feels one is taken. Getting a little bit of movement in Holland at the moment. Should do at his pace. And he gets a pat on the back from Ben Green, who recognises a fellow sufferer. But no wickets in the innings so far for Ian Holland, none for 64 from his 20.
So Ben Charlesworth has just equalled James Bracey's score from the last game that was Bracey's career best. So they're both members at the moment of the 204 not out club. Rehan Ahmed to Charlesworth, and he will make it 205 at least as he's tucking the ball through square leg, thinking about 2, but not for too long. 427 for 3. So 23 from 5.5 overs is the immediate requirement. Beyond that, it's what they require. Bracey lofted off drive, he's chipped it, and he's chipped it short of the fielder, and again he's motioning with his glove, angry that the ball didn't go where he intended it to go, but because he chipped it, it ended up being safe with long off back. He wanted to go over extra cover. Rehan Ahmed bowls, cut by Charlesworth. He's done enough to find the gap through the covers, and they jog through for another single.
That's not a good day for Leicester Sport at the moment. The football team's just gone behind at Fulham. Sorry if you're hoping. It's very hard to avoid the scores these days, isn't it?
Rehan Ahmed bowls, tucked behind square and fielded by Hull there for no run. This is the thing also, I mean, following the test match as well, but if you're probably interested in that, that's probably what you would have on, isn't it? Or at least maybe in the background. Rehan Ahmed is in, a quicker delivery, straight, and Bracey just keeps it out, plays it back to the bowler. He's cutting an extremely frustrated figure out there for a man who's 134 not outers. James Bracey. Every ball that doesn't go exactly where he intends it to is greeted with a motion of irritation. He'll be happy enough with that one though, because just a gentle roll of the wrists will gain him a single through mid-wicket. 430 for 3.
Sussex 5 down now at Scarborough, leading by 32. Might just finish today. Might take the extra half hour.
Allsop finally dismissed in the match for 61. Hudson Prentice in, so often worth a more than handy innings if he could do one of his specials.
There'd be a few would miss the teas if they take the extra half hour, wouldn't they? All those gathering by the gate, got to be back by 6:30. That's when tea's served. Round the wicket goes Green, and ball swung away by Bracey out towards deep mid wicket, and that is for, well, that was a dismissive swat from Bracey.
Yeah, it's probably his most, well, I suppose it's the case with a lot of batters, but his most powerful shot is that swinging pull shot over a straightish mid-wicket.
Holland is in, bowls outside off stump, steered away rather more elegantly by Bracey, reaching for it a bit. Patel comes into field and only one is possible. Yes, if that was being played in a club match, might almost whisper it be called a slog, but played rather more powerfully and elegantly and sort of short-armed pull by Bracey. Wouldn't call that a slog, really. Holland in, bowls. Charlesworth looks to drive, doesn't time it, holds the pose in a rather disappointed way. Must be getting a little bit tired now. Ben Charlesworth. Can he accelerate from here? Can he He's got to maintain this scoring rate, at the very least, if not improve it. Holland in, bowls. He's turning that one off his legs calmly down towards deep backward square. Louis Kimber jogs round to field. Makes Hanscom bend. Although Hanscom does tap his gauntlets together, it did reach him on the full, which Hanscom much prefers to. Well, they tend to throw on the bounce only in one-day cricket, don't they? But red balls have to be kept off the ground where possible, protected. A little bit more, although this one 25.4 overs old. It was shown to the umpires, wasn't it, quite early in proceedings, but they seem to be resigned to it now. Leicestershire. Holland bowls. Bracey hits high over mid on one bounce, two bounces, one bounce for 4. Nice pickup. Bracey's on the charge.
Yeah, he quite likes the ability. I mean, in 50 over cricket, when he's on song, he really likes the ability just to be able to hit those one bounce 4s, just knowing that he doesn't have to clear the ropes for 6 and loft the ball over the infield.
Holland is into him again, thick inside edge. He's not sure where that's gone for a moment. As he reaches forward, it's run out towards square leg where Scriven fields. And as you say, Bracey, for a man on 144 not out off 209 balls, you'd think he couldn't get the ball off the square at the moment, wouldn't you? If there's one shot that doesn't come out of the middle, despite the fact he picked up a couple of boundaries in that over, he's all irritation.
Yeah, for a man who's now scored 348 runs since his last first-class dismissal, you would think he'd be feeling pretty chipper about things at all times.
John Simpson of Sussex is on about 400 and something against us for one out.
Rehan Ahmed bowls, back goes
This
Charlesworth,
season.
turns it through square for a single, right? 441 for 3. Yeah, it sort of feels as though Simpson has that against a lot of counties, but the frustrating thing this year was that Simpson, he batted really well in the T20 down at Hove, and most of the time before that Simpson had really struggled in T20 cricket against Gloucestershire. Dab and run there from Bracey to cover. Hanscom, clearly wanting to set an example from behind the stumps, ran all the way to cover as if to try and prove a point. I see how I can beat you there. 442 for 3. Rehan Ahmed in, bowls, holds in the pitch, and Charlesworth knocks it down to long on, and Ben Green was running the wrong way. I don't think he'd have got there anyway, but decided to try and anticipate the ball was going to be hit to his left, and looked rather silly as the ball went behind him. Next delivery full, and Green dives and can't get there. Didn't really get much sideways movement on that dive. And another single, kicking away at the turf. I mean, it wasn't the most tidy looking piece of fielding, even if might have struggled to prevent the single anyway. So runs off every ball this over, and that will continue as Charlesworth continues just to milk the bowling onto 210. What a sort of almost an air of agreement about it this over. Both batters quite happy with singles, and Leicestershire not really at the stage where they're bothering too much about singles. And there'll be another one there, full ball stroked down to long off by Bracey, who moves to within 3 of another 150 run score. 446 for 3, so as was probably expected, despite a little bit of a slowdown as Charlesworth got to his 200. Gloucestershire looks set to achieve maximum batting points with a bit of time to spare.
28 overs. Well, at least you would think these two stay together for much longer. 130 runs, something like that. 160, 170 ahead by the close. quickly get that to 300 tomorrow morning, but would that leave them enough overs?
Yeah, that's probably the thing, isn't it? I mean, you might declare and leave yourself, maybe if you left yourself half an hour.
I think I think yes, yeah.
Bat for maybe 20 overs. Leave yourself half an hour, 20 overs. Try and score at about a run a ball, something like that. That'll give you a lead of north of 150.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the way to go. It makes more sense, I think, than going for sort of the 300. Green is in, bowls onto the legs or the leg stump of Bracey, who just leans forward and turns it around the corner, takes one.
Because you want enough of a lead that it's significant enough that tomorrow you won't have very much batting to do, if any at all, assuming things have gone swimmingly.
It's still give yourself 75 overs, minimum, really, to bowl Leicestershire out on a flat track with a long batting lineup. In goes Green, punched off the back foot but not timed by Charlesworth.
Hurled in rather almost petulantly by Rehan Ahmed into the gloves of Hanscom.
As I say, he's at low boredom threshold.
Something to do.
Hanscom just shakes his right corner.
Thanks for that, yeah, just what I needed after all those scrambling takes, yeah.
Green in, bowls. Oh, playing a miss, he's gone, he's caught behind. The edge has come. Ben Charlesworth, slightly weary at the end of what has been a mammoth innings, goes caught behind. Bracey runs over to give him a slap on the back. Bracey, I thought for a second, was walking off as well. Maybe that was going to be the declaration. It isn't, he just wants a drink. But let's hear the applause for Ben Charlesworth.
It's a weary raise of the bat from Ben Charlesworth. He's used up most of what energy he had left, but he does have the energy to acknowledge the spectators who have risen to their feet for a huge moment in the career of Ben Charlesworth. It's not very often you get to walk off a cricket field, other than for a win like that. A hero's welcome back to the pavilion for Ben Charlesworth, and I'm sure he'll be being greeted by all his teammates up on the balcony away to our right. Terrific effort, concentration, but also some power and real class as well. It has been an attractive innings to watch on the eye. He plays shots of real force, but he does it in such an easy way.
So what was the partnership in the end? 447 minus 157.
They fell.
It was 290.
Yeah,
wow.
Just short of the 300, and well, not too many counties that wouldn't have been a record against, but it wasn't a record even against Leicestershire. Messrs Hammond and
even
Neil
against
can
Leicestershire,
rest.
he says.
Okay.
I say.
You know that's not how I meant it. Messrs Hammond and Neil can rest easy. Their record will stand.
Indeed. Charlesworth will be a weary but satisfied young man at the end of play, and will be happy, I'm sure, to talk to you about the innings.
He should have had enough time to recover by then.
He should. Ice bath. In goes Green and bowls, and pushed by Van Buren, who's been sitting with his pads on for entirety of the day and a fair chunk of yesterday as well. Out into the offside, and there's no run.
So the skipper, as was on the team sheet, I believe, coming out ahead of Chris Dent, who was put down at number 7 on that list.
Just the final figures for Charlesworth. He faced 311 balls, he hit 21 fours and 6 sixes. In goes Green and bowls outside off stump. Allowed to go through by Van Buren. The ball rather dies into the gloves of Hanscom, who has company for the first time for some little time. Rahana with a new batsman. His whites are flapping in the breeze, but the breeze has been present throughout the game. The wind, storm wind, we were told night before last, but wasn't much of one. But it's been warm all the way through. It's been a warm wind. In goes Green and bowls nice and straight Van Buren just plays it solidly. Leaning forward back down the pitch to Ben Green, who now has relatively respectable figures. 2 for 63 from 19 overs. 3 more needed by Gloucestershire from the final 2 overs just to secure that final batting bonus point. Leicestershire's chances of picking 2 wickets up in those 2 overs seem relatively slim.
Well, it would be quite something having gone all that time and then 3 wickets in a few overs, but it's not always the easiest as the new man coming out there having waited that long, and so often one member of a huge partnership follows the other back. But Bracey's on 148, not wanting to give this away. Ford defends into the onside, there's no run. You almost wonder now whether there's a little bit of, let's just make sure that Leicestershire don't get this bonus point if they are to be rivals in promotion, as Rehan Ahmed bowls and moving forward to run this one towards extra cover. Not picked up at the first attempt by Hill, but not to any cost. Bracey to 149. Do still have 2 more to get in terms of the 450. And Van Buren, in some ways it must be nice to walk out to the middle in this position, but also having just watched innings of such magnitude, I just kind of feel I don't particularly want to get out for a cheap one, because I'm probably going to hear it from people. Rehan Ahmed in and pushing towards extra cover. He wants a quick single. In fact, it's gone more towards cover point in the end, which is why the single was in the end pretty comfortable. I'm not sure that James Bracey particularly minded, even if he ran a long way through and just held up a hand to say, yep, that was okay. Van Buren is off the mark, which he might be a bit relieved by, because he did have a pair in his last first-class game. As Bracey guiding towards backward point, Van Buren was showing willing, if Bracey wanted the quick single to get to his 150, but he didn't. It would have been a close run thing. Next delivery, a shorter ball. Bracey tries to punch it away, and there's a look of a bit of disgust on his face there again, as can't do anything with it. 449 for 4. Still 8 deliveries left to score this 1 run. In fact, now Leicestershire have decided, well, maybe we might just bring the field up.
Keep Van Buren on strike probably as much as anything. But yeah.
Rehan Ahmed over the wicket, bowls full and on the pads and clipped away, backward to square on the leg side. They will come back for 2 runs as the diving stop is made on the boundary, but it brings up James Bracey's 150 and brings up Gloucestershire's 450. They have achieved maximum batting points, and it's come up with James Bracey making scores of 150 in back-to-back first-class innings. And for Bracey, the only time that he's looked like getting out that edge that went between keeper and first slip almost 100 runs ago. And his timing in this innings, it had to be good for the 204 at Cheltenham, but particularly at the start of the day, I think his timing was as good as I've ever seen it.
Maximum bonus point return then for Gloucestershire as Green goes in and bowls to Van Buren, who slightly awkwardly on the back foot tries to work the delivery away through in front of point, bounces out to Kimber at point, so there's no run.
You just heard my back clonking there in the microphone.
Ouch. The footballing foxes have, alas, been about as successful as the cricketing foxes today. In goes Green and bowls. Van Buren pushes out into the offside. Scriven very warily running across some extra cover. And at his best would have been onto that like a shot, picked up and thrown down the stumps, but reaching, couldn't pick up the ball cleanly, and looks absolutely shot out there at the moment, Tom Scriven. 452 for 4, the lead, exactly 50 then. Round the wicket goes Green to Bracey, who tries to cut it away. Outside off stump, doesn't get anything on it. Slides through lowish to Hanscom. Leicestershire have 3 more deliveries in which to pick up the 2 wickets they need for a 6th bonus point. As it is, it looks like it's going to be just the 4 batting bonus points and 1, count 'em, bowling bonus, count it, bowling bonus point. So they would, if they secure the draw, emerge from the game with 13 points. Gloucestershire at the moment with 16. In goes Green, bowls, pushed away very nicely by Bracey through mid-wicket for 4. Green looks a bit nonplussed, but it was there to be hit away. Rahana's in quite close at mid-wicket, and it was to his right hand before he could move across to cut it off. I'm inclined to think he should just be, everybody should be on the edge of the putative circle, really, the imaginary circle. They are completely on the defensive, really, less or should be, arguably. Green, past umpire Chantry, is in and bowl, slower ball, walking forward. Bracey just turns it out towards mid-wicket. Rahana walks into field.
Could still end with some handy figures. Green at 2 for 68 if he could pick up a couple.
Another wicket or 2, or even 1. I mean, they're respectable figures as things stand. In he comes and bowls and swung away out into the mount stand by Bracey. Well, the length was right in terms of getting underneath it, and the direction was right in terms of hitting over the leg side, and Bracey took full advantage, whacked it away, and ends the over in some style, just when we were talking about respectable figures for Ben Green. 462 for 4. He now has 2 for 74 of 20. Bracey on to 161. Perhaps he fancies a double century as well.
Yes, rather limited catharsis for Ben Green, having finally got Ben Charlesworth out after some of the tap earlier in the season. But yeah, that was powerfully swung away by Bracey, picked up off a length. Catcher in at short extra cover for Van Buren, and is whacked past that fielder towards the cover fielder. Travaskis does get down well. It's still somewhat of a weary pick-up of himself. After that, Van Buren picks up another single. Lead moves on to 61. So out of bonus point territory now, as Bracey punches into the covers, rehearses another shot that would have got the ball through the gap, then settles again, and then just turns it along the floor down to long on.
Interestingly, Essex declared on 438 for 8 of 109.4 overs at Southampton. So theoretically, 2 sixes would have still got them the extra batting bonus point, but they clearly didn't want to give Hampshire another bowling bonus point.
Perhaps it was Sam Cook on strike or something like that. They probably thought the odds on the 2 sixes weren't particularly high. I don't know.
That's an odd one.
Ahmed bowls. Oh, he's tried to go back and give himself some room there, Van Buren, as he does like to do, but that was quite ambitious, and he's just about kept the ball out in the end. Must have taken that a matter of a centimetre or so off his stumps. Rehan Ahmed bowls, and a forward press will not get Van Buren a run, as they've brought the field completely up apart from a deep mid-wicket to him, so tempting him to go over the top somewhere. Next delivery is there for the cut shot. That's exactly where Van Buren wanted it. He was waiting for that ball because that is his release shot, and he has his first boundary as he cuts the ball to the deep backward point boundary. 468 for 4, and a man who would certainly expect to score quickly while he's out there anyway. But being the captain, having gone out to bat, he'll already have had in mind where he wants this game to be, so perfect position to control things alongside his vice-captain.
Jack Chantry's just been on his radio whether he's spotted some dark cloud in the distance and telling them to get the floodlights ready. Still 24 overs to be bowled in this session. Might need him by the end. Sussex have lost another wicket. They lead by 42 with just 4 remaining now in Scarborough.
Looks troubling for them then.
Beginning to look like a possible 3-day finish. Green continues around the wicket to Bracey, who is defending. That off-stump delivery out into the offside. Just remarks his guard.
See, Derbyshire have broken that Ingram-Carlson partnership as well, which could be critical. Ingram bowled for 53, so 176 for 4. Glamorgan still trailing by 85. Significant portion of their hopes of surviving there, I suspect, go with Colin Ingram.
Green bowls forward, thickish outside edge, or if you're being generous, an angled bat steer by Bracey down to third man, takes 1. 163. The key figures really are the lead, which is now 67, and overs remaining today, which is 23.4. Take 2 off for a change of innings if Gloucestershire want a little bowl tonight. Green is in, bowls, and down on almost one knee there, Van Buren rather stylishly. Paddling the ball around the corner down towards long leg where Hull is fielding. 1 is taken. Been very busy, Van Buren, since he came in. He sort of is a busy batsman anyway under normal circumstances, but looking positive, looking as though he wants to get on with it. Green bowls, Bracey hits him high and straight over long on, and it's got the legs to go all the way. Just for half a second, Holland, who's just a few yards in from the ropes for some strange reason, perhaps to encourage Bracey to try that shot. Well, Bracey accepted the invitation and cleared it, and the rope.
Sort of out of the hand from Green. I thought Bracey was going to, almost before Bracey wound up, as soon as it was released, there was just something about it that I thought was going to be too tempting for him. He's not the easiest man always to get after, Ben Green. He's a supreme wicket taker in T20 cricket, but that was there for the hitting.
And he goes, bowls, cut, very fine for 4 by Bracey. Perfectly deliberately, perhaps not quite as fine as that, but went through about second slip, no chance for Hanscom. And 10 off 2 balls for Bracey. That double 100 is very much within his sights now. He's on to 173. And the lead up to 78. How many overs would you want tonight? 6? Something like... No, 8?
Yeah, maybe something like that.
You'd have thought the likes of the fast bowlers have had their feet up all day would be sort of itching to go. A couple of them anyway. In goes Green, bowls, and tucks up Bracey slightly, and he works it to mid-wicket. But another successful over, 2 for 86 for Ben Green. How many from that over in the end? 12. 480 for 4. 78 the lead. 23 overs remain today. Travaskis divested himself of his sunglasses. I don't think I've ever seen him not bowling in sunglasses. Interesting.
He's just trying to convince the umpires the light's too bad, we'll have to take him off.
Okay, going for Leicestershire at the pavilion end, going back now 18 in Travaskis.
So Travaskis replaces Rehan Ahmed, 18 overs for 85. Travaskis has still only bowled 7 overs out of this 112. I mean, they could have lightened the workload for some of their seamers, apart from anything else. Travaskis bowls late cut from Van Buren, that is delicious. And it goes to the boundary for 4. Mentioned he does enjoy that shot. And he's got a variety of ways that he can play it. And as soon as he just spots that little bit of width, it doesn't need it to be very short. And it is so often sent whistling to the boundary. The lead is 82. Travaskis lifts the leg again and then runs in and bowls. He's done exactly the same thing. It's too short and played late by Van Buren on the cut shot down to the boundary for 4 more. 488 for 4. Travaskis points a fielder to go and stand there, but again, it just does not have to be that short. It's only got to be about the height of the stumps, because Van Buren waits in a position to play it, and he himself is not the tallest, so he just can't afford to be dropping at all short to him. Van Buren has 16. 2 fielders behind square on the offside. He's bowled it to the cut shot, and it's this time more slapped through. Cover point for 1. Competition for the fastest cricket ball throw has its latest entrant from Rahan Ahmed as he stepped forward and got all his momentum behind that one into the gloves of
Hanscom. He does a sort of little
Hanscom.
skip, like a sort of pony approaching a fence, doesn't he, when he's sort of on the point of release.
Travaskis over the wicket to the left-handed Bracey. It's a full ball. Bracey tries to squeeze it fine of the fielder at backward point, but only succeeds in playing the ball straight to him. Oh, he allowed himself off there. Seemed to be fine with that one. Reverse paddle, that's nicely played by Bracey. He doesn't have to be too concerned at this stage about turn and bounce out of the rough. We've not seen very much of it today, really. And that shot has always been there. Bracey's resisted the temptation to play it until now, picked up the line of that ball just outside off stump. Enough pace to use short boundary again. Just reverse the grip and a little tap to send it on its way for the 3rd boundary in the over. Travaskis is probably thinking, why'd you bring me on now? Next delivery meets it just on the full, I think, and drives it too long off to keep the strike. So 494 for 4. He's passed his previous best on this ground, James Bracey, with that single, and the lead is up to 92. What is umpire Chantry waving?
The score is for in bright sunshine,
and with no new ball available. It's an odd one.
22 overs remain. It's 5:10. He's still waving.
Still waving.
The score is
light meter.
Being his radio
waving it about.
New battery. Who knows?
Ah, right.
Ben Green, absorbing punishment, comes in from the Ashley Down Road end of the ground and for once slightly squares up Bracey as he walks forward to meet the ball.
It's obviously been overworked, that light meter, over the last couple of days.
You think they'd take spare batteries out there? They take all sorts of bits and pieces. Green is in and bowls again straight, played straight back to him, stops it on the bounce. Wind getting up a little bit. Van Buren chattering away to Chantry. He stopped and had a chat in presumably Afrikaans to Alfonso Thomas on the way out yesterday. Wouldn't have been anything else, would it? I assume. Green is in, bowls, outside off stump this time, cut away. It's quite close to him, but he did well to get it where he did, Bracey, sort of between the 2 fielders, and Hull, who also does a sort of little skip before throwing. He gets pace into the throw, but the wind-up takes up quite a lot of time, and it does usually mean that the batsman can complete whichever run they're on, in this case the second. Bracey onto 180.
Good day, Brace Girdley, you make me do the voice for it, but I shan't.
Good.
Yeah.
I do miss that. Not. Round the wicket goes Green and bowls down the leg side. Swung down the leg side by Bracey for 4. Didn't get much of it, and it looped sort of through leg slip in the end, but he got enough of it. Down to fine leg it goes, and that's the 500 up for Gloucestershire this season. Of course, that's still more than 200 behind what they got at Grace Road. So,
not tempted to try and add up the 2 innings.
No. But they have feasted on the Leicestershire bowling this season.
Trying to think, yes, it's also back-to-back innings of 500 for Gloucestershire on this ground. Wondering when the last time they did that was.
Green is in. Bracey's whipping it high over mid-wicket. 4, 6.
Oh, he's dropped it. There were 2 people in the mound stand.
Did they both go for it?
And one of them, the man in the
Brown?
darker, sort of whatever you want to call it, sort of brownish, dark brown jacket, went for it. He got both hands on it. He got himself in a good position and shelled it.
But he had the nerve to go for it. So well tried, sir.
He kind of had to, because it was hit so perfectly towards him. It would have looked really bad if he just left it, because he would almost have hit him anyway.
Well, Leicestershire in conclave now.
In fact, there's 2 people who just joined them at that exact moment, coming back with beers or ciders, and exactly.
Yeah. We saw it, mate. We saw it. Bracey on to 190. Green is in. 2 in bowls, very wide, and will be signalled wide. On we go.
Yeah, I shouldn't have made that comment about Ben Green's figures, should I?
Since I think we both, I said they were fairly respectful. He was about 2 for 64 at that stage. What is he now? 2 for 99, and that was only about 20 minutes ago.
About 3 overs ago from him, yeah.
12-13 off this over so far. Goes in, bowls a full toss that is driven away, but more or less straight to Ahmed. And I think even his ebullience is somewhat subdued at the moment, as Leicestershire chase leather in the late afternoon sun here in Bristol. 507 for 4. The lead now over 100, and still there are 21 overs remaining to be bowled. James Bracey approaching a double century of his own. He's 190 not out.
Still laughing at the fact that that there aren't actually 2 people in the whole of the mound stand, but there are only 2 people in 4 sections of it. Pretty much the entirety of the stand that is visible to us without craning our necks round is unoccupied, apart from exactly those spectators hit to the precise row and precise section.
Sussex 7 down. Carson goes for a duck. Simpson holding Yorkshire up. He's 45 not out. Ollie Robinson has yet to score.
Yeah, well, it's a lot to do. I guess Robinson and Simpson have to think, well, I can just at least ask the question. 130, 140, something like that. It's not as though Yorkshire have found it easy getting over the line in various games, but chances at this point of scoring those runs don't seem particularly high, but maybe Simpson can go on the attack. Unadkat and Hunt to come, so there's not really much batting left.
Well, Hull was measuring out his run up and running through the crease, but he's been given his cap back by Hill. And they've decided, Leicestershire, he and Hanscom, Patel's involved in the discussions as well. To keep going with Travaskis, who looks delighted about it. Not at all, does he?
just about managing a
really?
faint smile as he walks there, but trudging off to his mark. I mean, the over rate's +3 now for Leicestershire, so arguably they've been bowling their overs too quickly.
Well, I think we ought to get bonus points for that.
Well, that's what I've said. You know, you should be able to carry over your plus over rates to the next game, something like that. As long as it's level at the end of the season. No, shouldn't encourage such things. We want as many overs as possible, of course. Travaskis to Van Buren then, who is on 17. And in now bowls for defence, thinking about a quick single. They decide against it.
I'm glad they're not bowling at Hull. I think he's bowled enough overs, the young man, today. For his own benefit, really.
Travaskis bowls and pushed back to him for no run. See, there was nothing to worry about. 2 dot balls in a row. Bracey continues to aim various vicious shadow shots at the non-striker's end. Travaskis bowls, allowing Van Buren just about to cut, but it was a little bit straighter that time, so he couldn't force it away to backward point. In fact, Hull is still loosening up, so he's staying loose. Still might be in the attack yet. On the pads of Van Buren, there's an appeal for LBW, but it looked rather leg-side-ish as he tried to clip it away. It's about the first ball that Travaskis has given Van Buren to try and play into the onside. Perhaps he was almost surprised by it. Yes, missing leg.
Didn't straighten sufficiently.
Still no runs off this over. The lead 105. Travaskis to Van Buren and had to cover that one up, as it was much fuller and much straighter. Problem for Travaskis is that when he bowls that line and length, there's just nothing there. As you might hope for one to keep low, but apart from that, could be a maiden though. Travaskis in, and it won't be, because it's driven through the offside for a single. Oh well, 508 for 4. Still 20 overs remaining, and what are we going to have now? Another drinks break.
Well, I suppose with the over rate of +3, they've bought themselves a little bit of time.
Just seen the score at the Utilita Bowl. Hampshire are 1 without loss. And I assumed it must be because it started raining there again or something. But no, they're 1 without loss after 6.5 overs.
That's either very good bowling or some sort of protest about that declaration.
Toby Albert and Fletcher Middleton as well. I mean, do they not know you have to score quickly to get into the Test team nowadays? 2 young batters. I mean, whoever said that good old-fashioned red ball batting was dead?
Sounds like one massive sulk going on, doesn't it, basically? No. Well, Leicestershire. Well, there's a bit of stretching going on, drinks being taken, a few words being sort of exchanged, but as a group they look a little bit disheartened, has to be said. Bracey and Van Buren's discussions he looks a little bit tired, Bracey, understandably. What's he on now? 190, 238 deliveries.
Everybody was in the huddle apart from Hull, who decided to take the opportunity to have a run in from the Ashley Down Road end, so they seem to have decided to switch ends with him, I think, for the first time.
I don't think he's bowled from that end, has he? Ashley Down Road end.
He really will be running in from the boundary at that end. He's only a couple of yards short of it when he bowls at the pavilion end.
And against the breeze, for what that's worth.
Yeah, the pole shot that he might be challenging Bracey on will be probably more, well, I'd say more with and against, but actually it's more of a southerly, looking at the flags to our right anyway. Hence, I suppose it's such a warm wind. Quite from the usual direction here. Certainly hasn't been the quickest drinks break you've ever seen, but at the end of the day, assuming that light doesn't get involved, there will still be 20 more overs bowled. And actually it won't be quite as late as day one in terms of the finish. Clouds are just beginning to gather a little more now, so the possibility of another irritating situation where if the sun's in then the light's not good enough, but then it comes out again.
I suspect Leicestershire would love to see the clouds gathering, to be quite honest.
Yep. Anything to hasten the end of
early
the day.
Closure. So at the moment the ground bathed in glorious sunshine, and we can't see away where the weather's coming from away behind us. Our left shoulders. Hiatus just about over. It is going to be Hull from the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. With a slip, Rahana. As he comes in, takes a while, bowls short, pulled by Van Buren out to Ahmed, a deep square. He does his little hop and a skip and then throws a tricky one to Hanscom, takes it on the half volley, but does take it.
Hampshire have scored a second run.
Bet something's going on there. Hull with perfectly symmetrical figures now. One for 111. The perfect bit refers to the symmetry rather than anything else. In he comes. Takes a while, as I say, bowls, and Bracey defends out towards mid-wicket. Rahana fields. Lead 107, 19.4 overs remain. They want 10, pull out after 8 more, at which time they'd probably be 150 ahead. I'm beginning to think that Van Buren won't declare tonight. Not sure it's in his mind.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, they have tended to be more cautious with their declarations. Not that you're thinking about it in terms of we're worried about losing the game.
Hull is in and bowls. A nice delivery. Well played by Bracey as he walks into the forward defensive press. Out into the offside goes the ball. So Hull slowing things up, both in terms of bowl overs per hour, but also number of runs scored. Bowls forward goes Bracey, playing the ball firmly into the gap in the covers between point and extra cover. Travaskis and Rahana out to the sweeper, who's Ahmed. One taken, 191. Bracey now 510 for 4, lead 108. It does take him a while to get back to his mark, top of his mark. Josh Holt.
Enough time for several field changes in the interim.
But even then, he's delayed. Extra cover back to the boundary. Kimber into conventional backward point. Steered past Kimber. Down towards wide, third man for 4. Rishi Patel can't get there, so Hill's field change, and not backed up by the delivery really from Josh Holt, just that enough width, and Van Buren played it very neatly. His 23 has come off just 22 balls, so as I say, his positivity from the off reflected now in his score. Lead 112. This over seems to be taking an age. Hull looms from the sight screen before running in and bowling. Van Buren pulls him in the air. It's going to drop short. Hill, little slump of the shoulders. The pull looped up into the air off the top edge. It fell towards mid-wicket, but short of Travaskis, who was at mid-wicket, couldn't get across to take the catch, and Hull head down, heads off to his fielding position. It's the end of the over. The 116th of the innings, 514 for 4. The lead 112.
They've finally started play at the Oval today, with Lancashire now 11 for 1 in their second innings, trailing by 229. It's got to be probably about the worst, doesn't it, when you hang around all day for about a 5 o'clock start for like an hour and a half's play. But Surrey would be keen to play. Travaskis is bowling to Bracey, who tries to work this one off the back foot, and anywhere into the onside other than near the bowler would have got him a single. Back looks stiff from Travaskis as he stooped over to pick that one up.
He has had back problems that they've kept him out for much of the season, so
this doesn't shock me seeing him bend down to pick that one up. Travaskis in, and forward goes Bracey, and again he's almost torturing Travaskis, having to scoot to his left and pick that ball up, so still no run. Bracey himself wouldn't be really going right on the attack on a 191. Still no real signs that the final push is on, and again Bracey can't find a run as he tried to roll the wrists on it but left the bat face open. Goes back to the bowler. Travaskis still with those sunglasses on now. In and bowls, and forward goes Bracey, and this time does execute the work to leg and picks up a single to deep mid-wicket. 192 for Bracey. Lead 113. I mean, they're still on track for that sort of, half an hour at Leicestershire with a 150 run lead, if that's what they chose. Driven by Van Buren down to long off for 1. Rishi Patel will underarm the throw in.
Would add a little jeopardy to the end of the day, wouldn't it? A little interest in those terms, but
and things have rather slowed to a crawl. Travaskis is examining the ball, but sort of a discussion maybe with Hill as to whether do we use this time to try and get it changed, but no, they'll continue with it. Travaskis bowls a quicker delivery, and Travaskis can't quite get to the ball, so Bracey's knock down to long on will take him to 193, ticking further closer to another landmark. 517 for 4. Just another sort of bowl of blue sky up above. Returns just as it looked as though the clouds might start to build and we might get a layer of them that would cause, for the umpires at least at this stage, maybe to already call for the floodlights to be turned on.
start his 21st over of the innings. A distant figure. In he comes and bowls. Bracey works it off the back foot down towards point. Stopped by Travaskis. Oh, sorry, backward point really. And one is taken. Bracey onto 194.
Just what Travaskis needed as well.
Doesn't look particularly out. It's not been cold out there though. It shouldn't. That shouldn't be an issue really. I mean, maybe that has limited his availability to a certain extent. But he's still out there, so perhaps it isn't too bad. Hull is going to go around the wicket to Van Buren, the right-hander. Comes in and bowls. Van Buren waits for the delivery on off stump, just outside off stump, dabs it down to third man. Patel fields. Van Buren takes his single. Hampshire 5 without loss after 9 overs. Proper cricket.
Still no boundaries then.
Proper cricket.
Shared the strike just about. Shane Snater's come into the attack. Can he keep the stranglehold going? Porter 5 overs for 2, Cook 4 overs for 3.
Hull bowls to Bracey, who has to defend. Good straight ball. Well, he's hit a few six. He could go to his 100 with a 6. His 200 with a 6. So perhaps you ought to be. I go and make a cup of tea.
try to tempt fate, maybe. Right. Well, it does seem unlikely, but perhaps if the ball really presented itself. Here comes Hull bowling to Bracey, a shorter ball. He does try to pull it away, but wasn't really trying to clear the ropes with it, and it'll go down to long leg for 1.
No, not as quite as easy against the extra pace of Hull.
He also is probably thinking, even though he's now done it before, I just don't want to spurn a double 100 at this sort of stage when actually it doesn't seem as though time pressure is really a factor.
Be interesting to know what Hull's figures were in terms of a ground covered during a day, as that one is pulled around the corner down to green at long leg by Van Buren. I mean, they do record them, don't they? They wear these tracker tops which have a sort of satellite thing in them. Might ask at see what Jack McCann, one of the S&C guys, has to say.
I mean, it's roughly the distance that he's short of the boundary rope is roughly the distance he covers in his follow through. So, do you reckon
so
60,
each time
60 yards he's running?
Yeah, I was going to say at least you would think sort of at least. In he goes and bowls fullish to, beg your pardon, Bracey. It's worked out to mid wicket. He takes just 1 and keeps the strike. 17 overs remain, just the 5 singles from the over. 5-2-2 for 4. Looks like Travaskis is going to continue.
Yeah, but this is not really the sort of time when you're trying to catch the captain's eye and hoping to... Suddenly felt some... Well, that's all right. The air conditioning isn't leaking, so... just suddenly felt some cold liquid on the back of my neck. Here comes Travaskis bowling to Bracey. Cut away. Beats the diver backward point, but it won't go out to the boundary. Fortunately, for the purposes of a sound bite, it's going to be a single as Bracey is on to 197. So James Healy's made an estimate. He thinks he runs Is that in this inning over the course of this? Right. So in the course of this innings, as Travaskis bowls to Van Buren, drives along the floor down to long off for 1. He's run roughly 4.3 miles. Yeah, that's far enough. Never mind how far he's then had to run in the field. So that's counting? That's just how much he's running in, or Travaskis bowls and Bracey looks to drive, and good sprawling stop by Travaskis against a weary return to his feet, but there is no run. All right, I think we might have to get the detailed breakdown of this in a few minutes. 5.24 for 4. Travaskis in, bowls to Bracey, tucked along the floor, too long on. That is just the single. 198. Lead of 1-2-3. Leicestershire fielders sort of, well, not quite walking to their positions now, but any remaining urgency's been taken away off the back foot. Van Buren drives to extra cover. There is no run. And another over will be completed here with Travaskis in and off the pads, turned away, misfielded by Lewis Hill at short mid-wicket, and that will cost another single. 526 for 4.
Do apologise. The cold tea, the dregs of cold tea, which I managed to trip over and splash all over everybody.
It's all right. I've never been much of a tea drinker, but maybe a bit of osmosis would be
yes.
the best way for it.
So,
oh no!
Oh, is it?
It's just
is it marked
blobbed over where Bancroft's and Dent's scores would be for the next 2 games.
Tea's okay. Dry like parchment as Hull goes in and it's cut away high down towards backward. Point should be stopped. Oh, it isn't stopped. And picks up for Van Buren. Why the extra applause, I wonder? Is it a 50 partnership?
I think that came up a while ago and I missed it.
For 4. 447 for 4. Yeah, ages ago.
Particular spectator must have enjoyed the fact that the ball went for 4.
Yeah, why not? Club it away. Should
not
really have been stopped.
Haven't seen about 40 of them today, but
indeed.
There we go.
Good start to the over from Van Buren's point of view. Hull is in, bowls to him. Again, it's wide. This time he doesn't quite put as much into it. Van Buren steers it and it bounces down, and Kimber makes the stop at backward point. Dot ball. Not too much life out there for the Foxes at the moment. Rahane shows impressive flexibility. Bet he does yoga. Doesn't have far to reach down. He's not a particularly tall man, but he did some spectacular toe touches there. Head almost down at his feet. Hull, persevering manfully, comes charging in and bowls short, pulled but not timed by Van Buren, and it rolls out towards Hill, who inevitably descends to Mother Earth, makes a stop on his knees, but does make the stop. Lobs the ball to Josh Hull. Paul Lewis might be the candidate for the interviewee. There being very few others out there as far as the Foxes are concerned. Hull in, bowls, slightly slowish short ball that Van Buren is initially, I suspect, deceived by, but then adjusts and just dabs it around the corner and takes the quick single, or relatively quick single. Moves on to 33, a runner ball 33 for the skipper. Bracey on 198.
He's kept the board moving, Van Buren, without ever really quite hitting top gear yet. Still just wants to be there. Josh Hull runs in, bowls to Bracey. A shorter ball, it's down the leg side. as there's an appeal from Hanscom, but nothing from Josh Hull, who sort of stared off at Hanscom and said a look that kind of said, really? Was I supposed to have gone up for that? But there we go. Exchanging a word now with Bracey as well. Testing out Jack Chantry perhaps, hoping that he might get one back after proved to be a potentially rather costly decision of not out. What seems like a year and a half ago. Hull into Bracey. Oh, that's not what you need. He's struck midships. Oh dear. He's not assumed the crouched position yet, so maybe it was just a bit higher. Not that it's much nicer up there, but Josh Hull, of all people, even in his 22nd over, would absolutely not want to be hit there, but he does seem to have been able to shake it off. But he remains on 198. And it's 531 for 4. I'm almost weary reading out the score when it gets to this sort of level.
129 the lead, 15 overs remain tonight, 96 obviously, potentially tomorrow, weather permitting. There's a bit of weather around, isn't there? Travaskis round the wicket, bowls to Van Buren, who works it back down the pitch. Should it be me? No, it's because
it's just
Cole was bowling at Bracey.
Yeah.
That's what's confused me. Shall we?
We're all over the place, really. So,
well, next time Bracey's on strike, you'll be on. So I'll keep going for the time being. Travaskis bowls, nice loop, but well played by Van Buren with a very straight bat. Bunts it back past Travaskis down to long on, where Kimber, with his collar up, Geoffrey Boycott style, is fielding. Bracey on strike on 198.
Plenty of gaps on the leg side. Travaskis into Bracey, reaches forward. He's looking for a gap, just dinking it away, but Travaskis has sprinted across. Perhaps he didn't need to, because I think long on would have got there anyway, but Bracey to 199.
His back must be fine. The way he went for that, went down and grabbed it. So
replacing his
not
divot
an issue.
now.
Yeah, very polite of him. Hill wanders across to have a word with Travaskis. He was into his 12th over now, none for 54 for him. Poor Hull, 1 for 26. Is it doing him good, these long hard overs? I'm not sure it is. One or two of the England coaching sort of setup might be looking askance.
Does Hanscom have something in his
just
eye?
In his eye, yeah. Just made Travaskis just wait for a second. Up goes the left heel before he steps in and bowls to Van Buren, who clips it firmly, but only as far as mid-wicket, where Hill and the ground meet again. Is it Hill? Yes, it is. He makes the stop, though. I think the ball sort of bounced up into his chest somehow. He leans forward. As Travaskis is in again, hits a low full toss back past him, Van Buren. Travaskis tumbles to his right, doesn't make this stop, and mid-on was up anyway, so unnecessary. Travaskis raises his eyes to the heavens, having hurt himself a little bit as he tumbled down there into the dust. Back now goes Kimber. One ball to go in the over. Travaskis steps in, bowls. Van Buren is forward, pushing the ball carefully out towards greener at extra cover, and it is the end of the over, and Hull's going to continue with James Bracey on 199.
What are we on now? 23rd over for the innings. Is it ticked up to 4.5 miles yet? Must be close to 4.5 miles. Bracey just retaking his guard, making sure that he doesn't think anything extra about this one more run. It was a little difficult for Charlesworth to get from 199 to 200, but he hadn't done it before. Field does all come up. There's only fine leg back now. Bracey on 199. Hull over the wicket, bowls to him. This is clipped through the leg side, and it will go out to the deep forward square leg boundary for 4. And James Bracey has back-to-back championship double hundreds. What a feat for James Bracey. He will get the congratulations of his skipper. Warm indeed. And he holds his bat up to the balcony, and the spectators, who some of them might have hesitated a little bit about coming in today given where things stood, but they've seen 2 Gloucestershire double centuries. Hull bowls, Bracey swings this one high up in the air, he's miscued it, fielder running in from deep mid-wicket, he's dropped it! Oh dear me. I'm afraid, whilst he might have had the sun to deal with, that was a catch that again was in the fairly simple category, and I'm not actually sure who that was out there. I think it was Scriven. Oh dear, he's looked rather weary in the field as Scriven. And Bracey takes a single that equals his career best score from Cheltenham. Hull bowls a vicious swipe from Van Buren, and we've seen some shots of great beauty today. That assuredly was not one of them. It's just somehow gone to mid-off. It's like a pull shot off the splice of the bat to mid-off. But these last couple of shots, ever since Bracey's got to his double hundred, would seem to suggest that Gloucestershire are really looking to go for this now. An extra fielder sent back deep on the leg side. Details on James Bracey's double hundred, by the way: 257 balls, 26 fours and 3 sixes. Hull bowls to Van Buren, shortened down the leg side, helped round the corner to long leg for a single. Green fires the ball in on the bounce to the non-striker's end, and it is another single. The lead sits at 137, so if it declared now Gloucestershire, they would have 11 overs at Leicestershire this evening, light permitting, but again the clouds are clearing rather than building at this stage. Hull bounds in. He bowls now to Bracey. A short ball pulled away in the air. This time it's going to fall short of Scriven, who would have been desperate for an opportunity to atone for that drop before, but sadly for him the ball falls short of him, and that is a new career best for James Bracey. He's not had to wait very long in terms of time, and no time at all in terms of championship innings to beat his previous best of 204 not out. It's becoming a bit of a running theme of Gloucestershire setting up declarations with James Bracey at the crease. They're on 205. Last ball of this over from Hull to Van Buren, and well, he's ducked underneath that one. So much for everything must go. It certainly looks as if that was the case for a couple of deliveries, but that time he's just ducked under a short ball which didn't get up a great deal. Discussion between Van Buren and Bracey, maybe along the lines of how many more overs do we go here. I have tried my best whilst I've been on air to try and find whether a Gloucestershire batter has scored back-to-back double hundreds before. I can tell you that Wally Hammond did it, but in Test cricket. have thought it would be the kind of thing that Hammond must have done at some point in his career, score back-to-back first-class double hundreds, but I've not been able to confirm that.
Travaskis bowls to Bracey, who works it out to mid-wicket for 4. I couldn't see that Scriven miss because I was behind you and behind the pillow as I was waiting to do an update, which didn't actually transpire in the end. Was it a shocker?
I'm afraid it was. It wasn't too dissimilar to that Kimber drop in the one-day game. It looped in the air towards him. He had to make a bit of ground to get there, but he got 2 hands on it. It didn't look as if he was struggling with the sun.
Travaskis is in, and it's defended by Van Buren off the middle and off stumps. He's looked really tired, Tom Scriven, today. Understandably, perhaps Travaskis is in, and it's clipped neatly, but only as far as mid-wicket by Van Buren. One Leicestershire supporter has worked out Gloucestershire's score, aggregate score against Leicestershire this season.
Gosh.
As Van Buren cuts that one out towards backward point. Might be 2, but they take the first one slowly, so there won't be. Ahmed gets to it. This was a few minutes ago. They were 1,237 for 10 at the time. And goes Travaskis, and it's turned out to mid-wicket for 1 by Bracey, who moves on to 207. That was a few minutes ago, so I'm imagining it's sort of 1,250 for 10 at the moment, something around that sort of level.
And yet the likelihood is that both games will end in draws.
Yeah. Travaskis is in and pushed out towards mid-wicket. Hill runs quickly-ish towards the ball, but Van Buren had made his ground. Is that the declaration? It looks like it is. Van Buren and Bracey leave the field. Well, I'll let you talk about Bracey's innings. Another unbeaten double century for James Bracey.
Well, high five from skipper. Bracey congratulates Van Buren as well, having finished not out and marching off with a purpose. James Bracey, he scored back-to-back championship double hundreds. Will get another round of applause from the Bristol faithful, and he's then going to have to march off and put on his wicket-keeping pads. No rest for him, but what an amazing feat that is. Okay, tiring attack, and he's put them to the sword, but in terms of a feat of concentration and application, whether it's been done before by a Gloucestershire player, I have yet to find out, or how many, but that is not something that comes around very often. Back-to-back double centuries and back-to-back unbeaten double centuries as well. That is another record that's going to need to be checked at some point in terms of the number of runs scored by a Gloucestershire batter without being dismissed, albeit in consecutive innings. 207 not out to follow his 204 not out against Glamorgan at Cheltenham. So Gloucestershire's innings closes at 544 for 4, with Bracey's 207 not out, not quite the highest score of the innings, with Ben Charlesworth's 210 just a little bit higher, and Van Buren finishing 37 not out. The lead is 142. There will be 10 overs remaining for Gloucestershire to bowl at Leicestershire this evening. 96 overs, weather permitting, tomorrow. Certainly the forecast still for a few showers here and there throughout the day, but Gloucestershire will be relishing the opportunity to have a steam in and have a few overs at Leicestershire's openers this evening. One assumes Rishi Patel and Ian Holland will come back out in just under 10 minutes' time. We will move aside until that point.
on the MATCHDAY road end. Sponsored by EPOS IT Solutions, number 83, Dominic Goodman.
Ten overs then for Leicestershire to negotiate this evening, with Gloucestershire having called it a day at 544 for 4, and the two double centurions for Gloucestershire standing next to each other behind the stumps as Bracey has the gloves and Ben Charlesworth at first slip has the cable knit sweater. 3 slips in place. Ollie Price has come out with a helmet immediately to stand at third slip. Extra cover and point in very close with a fielder back at deep cover, and Dom Goodman is running in to bowl the first ball of Leicestershire's second innings to Rishi Patel, and Patel defends as calmly as you like back up the surface, and there is no run. So with 9.5 overs left, is it night watchman territory quite yet?
Yes.
Immediately. Got a few choices as to who would perform that role. Goodman runs in, bowls a wide delivery, which was certainly a one-day wide, but not a first-class wide, as it's left alone.
But yeah, as you say, they can all bat.
You'd imagine that particularly Rahane would want protecting at number 4. Really want to send him out at this stage, but obviously Gloucestershire have got to take 2 wickets for that to be a factor. Now that is a wide. It's not quite the start that Goodman would have been after. I suppose the only good thing is that he will be able to re-bowl that one. Threatened a wide the previous delivery, and then that one is signalled as such by umpire Shan Mugam, with the umpires switching ends halfway through the match, supposedly. 1 without loss. Goodman into Patel, he's forward and playing a defensive shot to extra cover. It's that sort of attempting to build pressure by gasping with every delivery at this stage. Even a routine forward defence is met with howls of dismay from behind the stumps. Chris Dent and Miles Hammond decided to switch positions for no apparent reason after that delivery. Goodman, tall figure, runs in, bowls, and down on one knee to defend that one is Rishi Patel back to the bowler. Goodman and Singhdale looked set to open the bowling, but with 10 overs they might fancy a couple of overs of Marchand at some point. He did just perform a rather vigorous practice delivery up at mid-on.
I bet you'll have a couple.
Yeah. Here's Goodman in and bowls, and a tighter leave that time from Patel, but well judged. Through to the wicket keeper. So James Bracey has been out there for quite a substantial portion of this match now, all bar 41.2 overs. Ben Charlesworth had even less of a rest, actually. Goodman bowls, Patel flashes and misses, and it goes through to the keeper. He thought that was there for the drive, obviously wanting to be positive, that's the natural game. But that one, I think, has snuck between bat and pad and off stump.
Didn't miss off stump by much.
Close to a couple of modes of dismissal there, and Goodman, that time having mentioned the dramatics from behind the stumps, might well be on his haunches after that one. So encouraging signs at the end of that over there from Goodman. Leicestershire, though, 1 without loss, have seen off 1 of the 10 overs this evening.
Yeah, not completely convincingly. Singhdale then, from the Bristol Pavilion end, sends his mid-wicket to backward square. He has a short leg, as well as the 3 slips. Mid-on deep-ish. Goes charging in and bowls. A little bit of bounce onto Holland's thigh pad. He looks to turn it into the leg side. Bounces out into the offside. And there's no run.
Quite a satisfying sight watching the gold lettering spinning away as it ricocheted off Holland there. Sort of a golden snitch through the air.
The crest, presumably. I haven't actually seen the new ball in close-up. As in goes Singdale, bowls outside off stump, that's driven for 4. It was a half volley and it was there to be driven. And Ian Holland obliged. And Bjorn jogs back to pick it up. Throws it to De Lange. When he came out this morning to warm up after all the rain, some of the Leicestershire bowlers were warming up sort of on one of the practice pitches, as Singdale is in again to Holland, who defends carefully, thick inside part of the bat, bounces out towards short leg, and it was missed by, the guy with the baseball mitt. And De Lange, like a schoolboy, went bounding out after it to field it for them and have a chat, and it was the enthusiasm and sort of the boyishness of it all was quite charming, really. He just loves playing cricket, I think. In goes Singdale, bowls and onto the legs of Holland. He goes back, turns it down to Goodman at long leg and takes 1.
He never passes up an opportunity to have a bit of a laugh and a joke around with the opposition. He's just such a popular man around the circuit.
Sort of race day Whitmore to it, the Leicestershire S&C man, and Whitmore had to give best to De Lange. I think he's popular as well, I think people like him because of that friendliness. Singdale is in again, leg side, and that's going to go for 4 byes, so poor Bracey, sprawling to his left, concedes byes in just the second over. How many overs did Leicestershire bowl and Hanscom avoid conceding a bye?
23 in the end.
Well,
yes,
there aren't many positives for Leicestershire from today, but that is one.
The pace of that delivery in the 5 hours 13 minutes at the crease certainly combined to defeat Bracey there.
Singdale is in. That's a better delivery, straight and a good length, but no movement for him. Patel stretches forward and pushes the ball back up the pitch. End of the second over, 10 without loss with those 4 byes. And obviously the 4 struck early in the over by Ian Holland. Means Leicestershire now trail by 132.
I don't think the test match will be completed this evening, but 67 required, 4 wickets down.
They won't want to rush necessarily, will they? They don't want to lose another 1 or 2
No,
going for it, you would think. Free entry tomorrow? I would imagine.
Yeah. I'd hope so. They've got a leg slip now under the helmet with Chris Dent as well, as Goodman bowls a shortish, wide-ish delivery which Holland tries to cut and mistimes to backward point.
I think the first test match I covered for a newspaper, the final day, it was at Headingley and only 2 wickets were needed. I think Gough got them in the first hour, something like that. But there was something like 10,000 people there for when it could have finished in 2 balls.
Goodman in now bowls, and Holland guides this one competently away to Hammond once again at backward point, and there is no run.
Late 90s sometime.
they've certainly got a lot better, I think, at least in terms of those final days, you know, trying to get the ground full. That's really the most important thing. Just do whatever you have to do to get the ground full. Forget about the profit margins, etc. Still plenty of ways to make some money back, that's for sure. In comes Goodman. He bowls now, and tempting delivery outside the off stump. Holland is watchful in letting it go, but the sort of probing line that if Holland had decided to play at it, he would have brought that outside edge into play.
Hamish points out that still 20 overs remain in the test, so...
Aha, okay. So they won't close at 6:30 then?
Apparently not.
Okay.
Light, etc. permitting.
I'm sure it's beautiful sunshine in Manchester. Goodman bowls. This is turned away behind square. Holland wants a single. There isn't one there. And Rishi Patel, fortunately from the Foxes' point of view, knew that and sent Holland back. That would have been disastrous if he'd continued that foray down the pitch. Singdale would only have had a stump to aim at, but would have had plenty of time to line them up. Goodman charges in, bowls. That's a good delivery, catches the shoulder of the bat of Holland. There's a shot that stumps the non-striker's end, and Holland had to get his skates on there. He did not anticipate Singdale springing to his feet and throwing the ball to that end. That might have been pretty close with a hit.
Is he limping slightly, Holland? He's bowled a lot of overs, but Rishi Patel needs to bear that in mind.
You think he would have been in, but...
You
think he would have been out? I couldn't quite see the ball.
Certainly would have required a decision, wouldn't it?
The way he was lunging, the timing of the lunge looked like he was really struggling. So 11 without loss. Patel back on strike. Goodman bowls. Good delivery. Targeting off stump, but Patel keeps it out into the offside, and the end of the over. Another decent over from Goodman, though. And certainly doesn't look as though Van Buren would be hurrying to whip the ball out of his hands after he's found his rhythm in the last 7 or 8 deliveries. Leicestershire 11 without loss, 3 overs gone.
Just walking a little bit tentatively, gingerly, is Ian Holland at the moment. I think it's just tiredness rather than anything. He prods suspiciously at the pitch. Ajit Singdale is ready to go. Fields ready. Everybody casting long shadows now. Bowls. Oh, and that's high, that's high. It bounces far too high, although it's straight. And he was on the back foot, but it hits him, I think, above the pad, if anything. And
looked like it. Even if the back leg might have been bent, it still... Yeah, that's going way over the top.
Yeah, it was well above the pad. It was a good appeal, as in theatrical appeal, but...
He's certainly never going to lack for that, is Singdale.
Jack Shantry has given very little in the game, and I would have been very surprised if that was answered in the affirmative. In he goes and bowls again. Holland is back on his stumps and is slightly squared up, manages to turn his wrists on it though and turn the ball down to Dale and take one rubbing where the ball hit him, Ian Holland.
Yep, it isn't coming down slowly at the moment from Singdale. He looks in good rhythm as he's charging in. It's just what a fast bowler relishes, isn't it? Just the opportunity to charge in for maximum 5 overs. 2 new batters theoretically under pressure.
Bowls, and again slightly leg side. Patel on the back foot, but he's troubling both batters at the moment. Comes off the bat and pad, I think, out towards backward square. There is no run.
He's got the field
good thing
set
to
for
come
that
from
line as
Slough. Well, born in Slough, wasn't he? Whether he's actually from Slough.
Yes.
That's probably where the hospital was.
I think his parents
Singdale
been here again today. I saw them downstairs.
Has he got those yellow socks on still? Don't think he does. I'm not. Oh yes, he has. Yes, he has. In he goes and bowls to Patel on the leg stump, and that's too full, and Patel takes advantage, and the ball beats much on DeLange, who's quite quick when he gets going, but he doesn't have an extra gear once he does get going, so he couldn't quite accelerate on and drag the ball back.
I mean, he's able to bowl very straight with this field, trying to bring the short leg and the leg gully that he's got now into play, but that just a bit full and leg side-ish.
55 wickets in his 24 first-class games. Leans forward, runs in and bowls very straight again. Patel, back foot solid, back down the pitch towards the bowler, who picks it up and throws it to his captain to polish at mid-off.
He's very open about the fact that he just wants to bowl fast, Singdale, and that's partly what they want now. And you know, he's found wickets a little harder to come by this year than last year, and we detailed that in the first innings, but the promise in terms of wicket taking as well as speed gun is still very much there.
Bowls a little bit short again, grunt of effort, doesn't really climb up too high on Patel, who's very solid on the back foot. Back down the pitch goes the ball on the onside. DeLange picks it up, end of the fourth over of the Leicestershire second innings. 16 without loss. Patel 4, Holland 7. Still trail by 126. 6 overs to survive tonight. Impressed that the food franchises are still open.
I suppose they can't go anywhere, but
no, that's true. Might as well open.
Might as well avoid the families for the bank holiday for a little longer.
Oofed.
Goodman. It's still this new ball in hand. Short leg in place for him as well. Backward square rather than the leg gully as Goodman bowls. Full inside edge from Holland. There's no fine leg. I've looked round from the monitor, which is just in the way of that part of the field, assuming to see a fine leg there, but there wasn't. So 2 runs to Holland, who's not looking the picture of security out there at the moment, but has still survived. It was, I mean, it wasn't really an absolutely forcing shot that he attempted, and maybe that was part of the issue. He was sort of slightly hesitant in his attempt at a drive. 18 without loss. Goodman bowls, and Holland is forward and playing a much more safe-looking defence out into the offside, and there is no run. Now, even if it wasn't to start with, it has to be night watchman territory. 5.4 overs left, lose a wicket in the last over and you're done for the day anyway. In comes Goodman and bowls, and a good delivery again, which is forcing Holland into a forward defence, but it's well played again. Ollie Price just doing a few exercises at third slip. It would be a wild card move to bowl the off spinner this evening. Whether he's just trying to catch Van Buren's eye and put that in his mind. They might already have decided what they're going to do with the bowling. Goodman bowls to Holland, who comes forward, leans into the defensive shot, goes up to DeLange at mid-on. He's certainly been staying loose. Whether that have divvied it up in terms of Singdale and DeLange both having a short blast from one end, Goodman being steady from the other. Here he comes and bowls, and left alone there's a bit of tennis ball bounce from very wide of the off stump, and maybe just coming out of one of those footmarks from Josh Hull there would have been pounding into that sort of area from over the wicket from the pavilion end. But
he seems to get it from time to time with that, with his height and that action.
Yep, and the issue though has been that it's only really come when the ball's been bowled wide of off stump, so if Holland doesn't play a shot, he's not going to get himself in trouble. Goodman bowls down the leg side, clipped on its way, a fine glance from Holland in a couple of senses. That brings him 4 runs, Holland to 13, and Leicestershire after 5 overs, 22 without loss, and trail by 120, so it's not as though the run scoring is absolutely immaterial here. And despite not really going for too many shots at this stage, Leicestershire still going at 4.4 and over.
Zaman Akhtar's warming up purposefully at mid-wicket. If he's going to make a change, Van Buren, it'll be after this one, won't it? So 3 each, or certainly 3 for Goodman and maybe 2 for AN other. Ajit Singh Dale. 2 slips, leg gully now as well as short leg. Runs in and bowls to Patel. Straight, decent length, so he's leaning forward, and then he's pointing out that Singhdale ran right across the wicket there.
Yes, I noticed he followed through pretty much down the middle of the pitch off the last ball of his previous over as well, but I don't think the umpire had a word.
It was a sort of instinctive thing for him to swerve after the... Actually, perhaps it shouldn't have been really, because it did go behind the square, didn't it? It was... but he might get a admonishing word, but Jack Chantry doesn't seem too concerned. Let's see. Yeah, did run straight across. In he goes again and bowls full on the leg side, clipped away by Rishi Patel. Out to the square leg boundary for 4. Patel will do that all day. It is just about his favourite shot, but it is a favourite shot of a lot of players, isn't it, that use the pace of the ball.
Yeah, but he did it stylishly. As you say, that's a ball that, especially at that pace, has got to go, and this field set as well.
You just got to get something on it, basically, haven't you, really? It's going to whistle away. 26 without loss. Patel 8, Holland 13. Singhdale tells his long leg to go. Oh no, he's going to send Zaman Akhtar back from mid-wicket to the boundary. Okay. Might as well.
Yeah, I don't mind that if he wants to bowl a short ball as well. Might come into play.
In he goes and bowls. Patel goes back, turns the straight delivery out towards De Lange at mid-on. De Lange isn't really warming up, whereas Akhtar is at the moment. That said, he'll have been doing his warming up during the interval. Hopefully, if he thought he was going to be required.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, 2 overs, to get somebody up for 2 overs, by the time they're really loose halfway through the first over.
Singhdale bowls. Patel is turning it past short leg, and Zaman comes jogging in from that sweeping position out on the leg side boundary, so it is just 1. Alfonso Thomas right behind the batter, watching Singhdale alongside James Taylor and Dave Watmore, so he's been prowling the boundary a fair few times, actually, looking less than happy. He always does look a little bit concerned, his natural expression. But he had a bit to be concerned about this afternoon. In goes Singhdale and bowls a bouncer, but could see that coming. Almost landed in his own half indeed. It was so high. It has been signalled a no ball on height.
I wonder whether they might just allow Singhdale off as Holland had ducked, but it certainly did look as if it had, again, rather trampolined in terms of the bounce. Certainly don't want to be having a go at that if you're Holland, even if, as it turned out, it would have been fine with a no ball, but you don't want to take that risk.
goes. Bowls chipped into the air and maybe stopped on him a little bit. Maybe he was on him a little bit more quickly than he thought. As in he was on the back foot defending around about chest height, maybe a touch lower. Popped off the leading edge.
Yeah, just looked like he misjudged the length, if anything else, as well as maybe a bit of a misjudgment of pace, but it shows why Gloucestershire have got that short leg in place. I think they've got the right feel and the right strategy, but the ball just didn't sit for them.
For all that he said that if you go in number one, you sort of play more like an opener. After his first innings century, bowls another bouncer, ducked well beneath it on that occasion. Doesn't really look a natural opener, Ian Holland, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, he did it a lot for Hampshire at varying stages, didn't he? But it was never a kind of a... You know, one of the reasons, I guess, why he's out on loan is the fact that they've now settled on Middleton first came along, then Albert's established himself as well, and for a long time they tried quite a few people opening the batting, and I guess it was almost just a way of, well, how can we sort of want you in the side, but how do we fit you in? Well, okay, you can open the batting, that's a way that we can get you into the side. And I don't know if it's the case, but you can imagine that it might be the case that that was the way that Hampshire went about it. And you know, their opening partnership was it's probably been a reason they've not won the county championship with as good a side as they've had in recent years. It's just not produced for them. Zaman Akhtar replacing Dom Goodman from the Ashley Down Road, and he bowls a shorter ball which is cut by Patel again with great style through point for 4. He got on top of it and beat Hammond comfortably at backward point. The ball just nestling underneath the covers out there, and 4 more to the total. Loosener from Akhtar, who did bowl a few too many of those sorts of deliveries in the first innings. I'm sure he'll be keen to get to the bowling crease again. Did pick up 3 wickets still, and in fact 1 caught at backward point on a cut shot, but that hit rather more firmly. There's a deep cover point out now as Akhtar bowls. Again, it's wide, and it's just been played later this time by Rishi Patel down to the wide deep third position for 4 more. 37 without loss.
Couple of buffet balls.
It's sort of the issue, isn't it? You know that you're only getting up for 2 overs, maybe overstrive a little bit. And Goodman had bowled 3 overs for 8 and had created a couple of plays and misses and looked as if he might grab a wicket. Akhtar bowls a rising delivery, looped up in the air, just wide of dent off the glove, I think, of Patel. Yep, just ringing out that right hand, not far off dent. That was much more like it from Akhtar. It's that length that is causing the issues. They're not really pitching it up looking to nick these Leicestershire batters off. Down to 2 slips already. 2 deliveries, one off the shoulder of the bat of Holland and that one off the glove of Patel. And there is a change of field. In fact, it's just Goodman going from that deep cover point position down to a deep third. 37 without loss. Akhtar bowls to Patel, who hops into line and defends out to cover, and there's no run. And that's the difference between a top order player and a lower order player stroke tail ender, because that rap on the gloves tend usually to get in the minds of a top order player. Get in line next delivery, which is exactly what Patel has done. De Lange has resumed his warm-up exercises at mid-on as Akhtar runs in, bowls a fuller delivery, guided through the gully by Rishi Patel down to Goodman on the boundary, and a single is added. So Leicestershire have scored at a good rate here, 38 without loss after 6.5 overs. Have that deficit down surely below 100 at the end of the day, and if they don't lose a wicket in these 10 overs, they'll certainly not be feeling too nervous about the task ahead of them tomorrow. Actor into Holland, a full ball which Holland has played in defence with both feet facing the bowler in the end, but never looked in any trouble. So 9 runs off the over from Actor, but the third delivery very close to producing the breakthrough that Gloucestershire search for, and they will search for it with Marchant de Lange replacing Ajit Singh Dale. So they're going 2 3s and 2 2s in terms of the 4 seamers.
At the moment he's got a similar feel to that set by Singh Dale to these 2 right-handed batsmen, with the exception of the leg gully. So he's got a little bit more cover in the covers, so to speak. Third man and long leg both out as de Lange is in. Good fullish delivery, little bit of shape to it, but solidly played by Patel.
Perhaps not quite at full pace straight away from de Lange, but
Yeah,
he sacrificed pace for being on target.
absolutely spot on in terms of lines and length. In he goes again, bowls a little bit shorter. Patel goes back and wristily turns it out towards mid wicket. He'll be dragged back about a yard inside the ropes by Ajit Singh Dale, running back from mid on. Rishi Patel takes 2, moves on to 20-40 without loss, still over 100 behind, and short leg. Dent has had enough, or at least has been told he's had enough. He throws the helmet to James Bracey, dons his splendidly faded Gloucestershire cap and retreats to mid-wicket. De Lange in, bowls again a little bit short and inadvertently played down towards about third slip by Patel. I say inadvertently because again the bounce seemed to slightly startle him. He managed to ride it down in the end, but not with any real degree of comfort. Second slip scrambled across and made the stop. Not the first time he's looked slightly discomforted against the short ball. Discussions at slip C's. First slip run out to gully, and second slip take a step across to his left as de Lange is in. Bowls again. It's a slightly rising ball on Patel, on off stump, and although he plays it down, he looks slightly uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, seeing that, you wonder why Dent has moved out of short leg. A silly point would have been needed for that delivery, but the next one might go.
I
towards
agree.
Short leg. It doesn't.
Nothing to lose.
No,
by
exactly.
keeping
I
him
mean,
in there.
whilst runs might be important, they're not now at this stage.
De Lange in, bowls. Patel waiting on off stump again. A touch tentatively as he plays that one down towards gully. And Price made the stop, but yeah, I'd bring Dent back in, especially seeing the way he struggled against Samanacto with one delivery in particular. Rishi Patel.
It is a
Lobbed
touch
off the
defensive,
leading
this
edge.
field, really, isn't it?
De Lange in, bowls. Patel plays on the back foot, but with a slightly more assurance as he pushes that one out into the offside. But asked a few questions, De Lange, and Patel had the answers, but not always entirely convincingly. End of the 8th over, 2 to go. 40 without loss. Patel 20, Holland 13, still trailing by 102.
Yeah, if they haven't generated clear-cut chances, they've sort of generated chances of chances in these 8 overs, but you still wonder, really. It doesn't look like the kind of pitch or batting lineup, really, the way you would imagine a cascade of wickets falling, such as would need to still for Gloucestershire, but they'll still try. Actor bowls and turns Holland round there as it squirts out to cover point where Hammond fields. Again, Actor more bowling it into the pitch. It's still not been quite your absolute slow, low Bristol pitch. The batters have been able to score runs at a decent rate on it. As Actor bowls and forcing shot from Holland behind square on the offside will go down to Goodman, fine on the offside on the rope, and that is a single, 41 without loss. Holland has 14. So, you tend to think over the years here, run scoring at the sort of rates that we've seen consistently in this game, fours, over fours, it's not always been easy to do that. Short leg is in place as Actor bowls to Patel, and that's defended comfortably out into the covers, and there's no run. They have managed to get a bit more pace in it, but still Gloucestershire sort of feels as though they're really searching for the non-hybrid pitch that can deliver them a result here, and we might still see the hybrid again this season as Actor bowls, Patel leaves through to the keeper, and yes, even the hybrid did produce a draw, but it got Gloucestershire an awful lot closer to winning than any other pitch has the last couple of years. Did notice that they were rolling the hybrid, so that might be the choice for Northamptonshire. In comes Actor and bowls, and no shot from Patel. Sort of might be tempting for somebody like a Rishi Patel, that sort of line at another time, but you would imagine with, well, 7 deliveries now, but 8 deliveries left before that one, that Patel will be disciplined enough not to have a go at it. So Actor's last delivery of the day, and then 1 over remains. Actor in now, bowls, and standing tall to defend is Patel. The ball goes back to him, just the 1 run from the over, but the number 3, whoever they were for Leicestershire, can take their pads off because they will not be required. 1 over remains, and Leicestershire trail by 101, so might just not quite get that down into double digits, we'll see, but in any case, Patel and Holland near the finishing line for the day.
Which, by any real measure, has very much belonged to Gloucestershire. Have we seen just 1 wicket fall today?
Yes, we have.
Just in 74 overs. Well, Marchand de Lange taking time to set his field as the sun returns. He's going to have a silly point, hence going to go in there at silly point and a leg gully, so this is a much more attacking final over field. Looks more the real thing, so to speak. De Lange is in to Holland, a bouncer, and Holland sees it early. It's well above his head. 1 for the over, says Chantry, and Leicestershire and Holland won't mind the fact that it's not been signalled a no ball. That's okay.
He's probably looking for one just a bit fuller than that, really. I mean, it could serve a purpose still, getting Holland ducking, but just a ball slightly fuller might be the danger one.
De Lange bowls, back foot defensive position, everything behind the ball. Determined from Ian Holland as he blocks that one away off stump out towards a silly point. Almost, well, no, not silly enough. It is a sort of point. He's just in front of square, yard perhaps in front of square. Langer bowls short. Good bouncer in front of the chest of Holland, who leans back, athletically taken. Diving high, goalkeeper style. 2 hands high to his left by Bracey. That one seemed to gather a little bit of pace off the pitch. He meant it. But it was well played by Holland. I can think of a few club batsmen, myself included. I would have turned several shades of green as that one whistled past the chest.
Gosh.
The Langer bowls, and that's Fuller, and takes the glove of Holland. That hurt. Bounces down towards point, but Holland shakes off his hand, and then he takes off his glove, examines his right thumb, perhaps, keeps on shaking it. How many balls to go? And was shaking it almost as it came off the glove. It hurt. We have a slight delay. Will he need attention?
2 left. That is balls, not fingers.
Oh, he is going to need a little bit of attention. Lloyd Hanley Byron is coming running out, but no, he's Jack Sentry says, no, you're alright, Lloyd. Your man says he's okay. Puts his glove back on. Gets ready to take guard, but it's been a good hostile over so far from Marchant de Langer, who charges in and bowls to Holland, who is squared up slightly, a little bit of swing on the back foot. He does manage to keep it down, and it runs out to Price at that gully position. Bancroft's at 1.5 slips, so to speak. Dent at silly point. Is that Hammond at leg gully?
Looks like, yeah, Charlesworth.
Charlesworth, I beg his pardon. In goes de Langer, bowls Fuller this time, but again Holland has everything behind it, and that is that for the day, in which there have been 2 winners really. Individuals, you can say there have been more than that in the 2 double centurions, Ben Charlesworth and James Bracey. Gloucestershire certainly got on top in the game, but the pitch too looks as though it may be the winner come the end of the game, but still hope for Gloucestershire to enforce a final day victory.
Yep, they have given themselves that hope with those 2 magnificent double centuries from Ben Charlesworth and James Bracey. I've been passed a note, I think from the statistical query downstairs, the first time since 1933 that Gloucestershire have had 2 double centurions in an innings, and the Oracle, Mr. Thomas, thinks that Zahir Abbas did score back-to-back double tons and be unbeaten in both of them, so it has been done before, but if that is correct, but
so who are you going to speak to?
Well, I think we are going to speak to Ben Charlesworth, but yeah, well, we're sort of getting a bit bored of talking to James Bracey after double hundreds, really. No, not at all. I think we primed Ben Charlesworth, and obviously it's his 3 runs extra make all the difference as well, but no. Magnificent day for Gloucestershire, given those 2 double centurions. They would have loved even just the 1 wicket in those 10 overs there, just to give them real hopes tomorrow, but as you say, it does look as though probably time and the surface will eventually win this game, but it has been an extraordinary day's cricket. 1 wicket falling. If you're of a Gloucestershire persuasion, you'll have certainly enjoyed it. Low sun, long shadows, end of another longish day, even though we didn't start until 1:30. Still plenty of cricket had today, and we will see what tomorrow brings. The forecast a little bit changeable, but we will be here to bring the 4th and final day of this match between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire to you. From Richard Ray and from myself, Ed Seaborn, goodbye, and we will be back tomorrow.